Okay, I'd like to call Ordinance Elections and Legislative Matters Committee to order at 6:30. Myself, Vice President Jackson, and Councilor DeSimone are the members. And I have two motions this evening to discuss in committee and then hopefully discuss in front of the full council. From the docket of July 21st, 2020, I entertain a motion to approve the proposed amendments for ordinance changes by the Health Department for the following amendments to Section 7-7, collection of solid waste.
Second.
Thank you. So this is Section 7-7 is just the collection of solid waste. The next portion talks more about the details of the collection fees and the contract. So this motion is just about those changes, but it's been some time since we've had the public hearing, and I do think it's time to have the full council vote on this.
Agreed.
Okay. Any other comments? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. That motion passes. Let's see here. From the docket of July 21st, 2020, I entertain a motion to approve the proposed amendments for ordinance changes by the Health Department for the following amendments to Section 7-8, which is the solid waste collection fees.
Second.
Thank you. So there was some talk about how we could include this updated piece of the contract. And so it's actually just going to be at this point, right as part of the ordinance. So it's that one page of explaining bulk items, explaining what can be accepted. So we're going to just include that as of right now, right in the ordinance. There's some talk of having this change altogether, but right now I do think it makes sense to include it in, and then we can review it as needed. Any comments or questions? Council Vice President Jackson?
Thank you. Good evening. On page 17, Council Holmes, maybe I'm confused on this, but under bulk items, couch, mattresses, chair, all furniture, and miscellaneous items, it says $35. I thought that was $29.
Sorry, what page are you on? Because I'm
17.
Okay.
I have all the motions that Virginia put in our bins, and it's 17.
Okay, 17, sorry.
If I may, Councilor Holmes, I'll help you.
Go ahead, President Cooper.
That's Kate, that's from page 16, section 7-8.3, which is related to mobile home parks and residential complex of 9 or more units, which do not participate in the residential trash program.
Thank you.
This list is for those entities to have a mechanism to dispose of these things.
Thank you, President Cooper.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And then Councilor DeSimone.
Thank you, Councilor Holmes. Just to be clear, you're referring to what is known as Exhibit A, the attachment to the mayor's press release or release document, right?
That's correct. So
okay. And secondly, I just want to point out, it doesn't mention the dates of this. Would that be, at least I don't see them. Exhibit A does not contain the dates specified for FY21. Am I missing those? And if it doesn't, do we want to explicitly include those or no?
I think that my understanding is those details, I don't even know if they've been kind of ironed out yet. And so because this has gone on for so long, it came down in February, we had the public hearing. I would like to have something pass, and then if it needs to be revisited, it can be revisited. There's also talk about kind of not including this detail contract in the ordinance, because the ordinance should remain pretty stable. We shouldn't like change it every time we get like a new contract. But I think right now, because this has lingered on the whole year, I feel like we should have something on the books, because it's just something that kind of needs to happen, because residents are asking, like, is it passed or what's kind of in this limbo area? So I think that I would be completely open to including those details, but I think right now this is what the city solicitor had reviewed, and this is what we have right now. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I'm in full agreement with getting it out and voted on for sure. I just wanted to ask if that's what you were referring to and if dates were an issue, but I'm more than happy to move on it without that.
Any other comments from any other members? So I will call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, did President Cooper, did you have something to say prior?
No, I'll wait.
Oh, okay. Okay, all those, aye,
Aye.
that motion passes, and that's all the business this evening. We'll have more for the full meeting. I will call for an adjournment.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned at 6:35. Thank you.
What are you guys doing here? What? Good for you. It's really great to see you again. We miss you together. You want dinner? Yeah. Damn. Dad. The king. I hope you all got valid passports.
Hi, Steve. Long time no see.
Hey, Peter, how are you? Good to see you.
Steve, are they having trouble hooking up?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through clear. I can see Laura, I can see
Yep,
Diane.
I'm about to call the meeting to order. I'd like to call this meeting of the Municipal Council to order at 7:01. Mr. Withers, would you kindly do a roll call attendance, please?
Certainly. Mr. Blair,
Here,
Ms. DeSimone,
Present.
Mr. Conti,
Present.
Mr. Waterman,
Present.
Vice President Jackson,
Here.
Mr. Delicio,
good evening.
Mr. Cobus,
Here.
Ms. Dolan,
Here.
Ms. Reynolds,
Here.
Ms. Holmes,
Present.
President Cooper.
Here.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of September 8th.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote is required, and we'll begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. At this time, Mr. Withers, would you kindly read the notice of the joint public hearing the planning board I see has joined?
All righty, I certainly will. Public hearing notice is hereby given that in accordance with Chapter 40A, Section 5 of the Mass General Law, that a joint public hearing will be held by the Attleboro Municipal Council and the Planning Board regarding a rezoning petition received by Atlantic Golf Centers regarding 754 Newport Avenue, also known as Assessors Plat number 69 and lot number 26B, to change the zoning of the 39.21 acres to general business and general residence A.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor? I think.
Jack Jacoby is
Jacoby
being
was-
added to the meeting.
Yes. Jack Jacoby here. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? I'm sorry, can you hear us?
Yep, I can. Is Attorney Jacoby with you?
They can't hear
Yes.
you.
Let me change my seat.
I'm having a hard time hearing Jack.
Yeah, we thought we had things straightened out on our end, but apparently not. Technical difficulties. Hold on.
No problem.
Technology is wonderful until it isn't. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay. For the record, I'm Jack Jacoby, an attorney with offices at 144 Bank Street in Attleboro, and I represent the applicant here. And our team tonight consists of myself, Brian Shu, who is the project manager for Anthony Properties, Renee Kadega, who is our civil engineer, and Patrick Dunford, our traffic engineer. They're both from VHB. We have a little bit of an introduction, and then we have a slideshow to present to you that hopefully will make things clear. So the Atlantic Golf Driving Range has been owned for many years by Anthony and Robert Rongioni. They have reached retirement age and have agreed to sell their property to Anthony Properties based in Texas, and that's no relation to Anthony Rongioni, just happens to be the name. There have been a number of previous potential buyers for this property who generally focused on commercial development, such as a supermarket with attendant smaller stores, or a big box retailer with other dependent smaller stores. As we all know, our economy has changed both away from bricks and mortar and because of COVID, and those proposals fell through. The proposal that we have before you, however, is an entirely different concept. Can we share our screen?
Sure can.
Okay. President, can you see our screen?
We can, yeah, I can. Everybody see that okay?
Yeah.
So Renee, if you would advance the slide. There it is. Okay, so I want to start by showing you a slide that shows the current use of the property. You'll see that on the western side, or the left side as you're looking at the screen, there is a small commercial building with Miller's roast beef and some offices. As you go farther to the south, there is a pitch and putt and a mini golf that are along Route 1A. The driving range occupied the entire grassy area that you see in the middle. The far back of the property had been a small 9-hole golf course called Shadowbrook, which has been shut down for several years. Renee, if you advance the slide. The next slide shows you the Miller's Roast Beef building at the front of the property. And then if we have the next slide, then you can see the entrance to the driving range, and further down is where the pitch and putt is and the mini golf. Moving on to the next slide. This shows you the current zoning. You will note that there is a zoning line running right through the middle of the property. It's that yellow line. The first 600 feet going from west to east from Newport Avenue to that line is zoned planned highway business. That is what attracted the previous proposals for the supermarket or big box store. The eastern part of the property is zoned single-family residence. If this property were developed, you could see as many as 40 single-family homes located on the easterly side of the property, or if the entire property were rezoned for residential, there might be 50 or 60 homes located on the almost 40 acres owned by Atlantic Gulf. We are proposing a very different type of development, which would consist of 3 or 4 retail sites along Route 1A, and here is our development plan. And an apartment community located on the balance of the site, as you can see on this slide. You'll see the yellow line dotted, and that we're proposing to have that go away. Are asking that you zone the front retail area on the far left, which is outlined in blue, as general business. The reason for this is that planned highway business has a 75-foot setback from the street, and general business has a 15-foot setback from the street. And general business would be more appropriate for the development of smaller pad sites for this area. The balance of the site would all be zoned general residence A, which would allow the construction with a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals of the proposed apartment community. I'd like to turn it over now to Brian Shu from Anthony Properties, who will tell you a little bit about his company and the apartment community they would like to build. So if we've let Brian in. Mr. Jones, did you let Brian in? Brian have to raise his hand.
Brian wasn't labeled Brian Stu, so I didn't know which one to bring in. He should be coming up now.
Okay.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Brian Shu. I'm the Director of Development for Anthony Properties, based in Dallas, Texas. And first, I'd like to thank everybody for this opportunity to tell you more about our project this evening. Just a little bit about the company. Anthony Properties has been around for about 35 or 36 years now. I personally have been with the company for about 22 years. The majority of our history was spent developing mostly commercial properties all over the country, But in the past 6 or 7 years, we've been focusing on developing multifamily communities. We started out in the Midwest, and we've built a handful of communities there in the Midwest, and are under construction on a couple of them there still, along with one further west out on the western slope of Colorado. And part of my duties are finding where the next project is going to be. So a couple of years ago, I started looking out in the East, and I think there are a lot of great opportunities in the East Coast and New England specifically. And so that's where my efforts are focused right now. And Attleboro is the first one I found. And we're working on entitlements on another project in Connecticut as well. For this particular project, I'll tell you a little bit about it specifically. We're proposing approximately 329 Class A market rate units. They will consist of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and studio units. There will not be any 3-bedroom units in the project. We feel this unit mix is attractive to singles, young professionals, and couples that are perhaps in the pre-children phase of their lives. We will offer a full amenity package, and that will include a swimming pool, fitness center. We hope to have a jogging trail that goes back into the old 9-hole golf course, common workspace areas in the lobby for those that want to that work from home but might need a change of scenery from their apartment unit. We will offer 3 different kinds of parking. We have what we call tuck under garages, which is a garage that's actually in the building footprint. Once you park your car in there, you enter into a common hallway and don't have to go outside to get to your unit. We will have detached garages, and then we will also, of course, have surface parking as well. And because we live in a COVID era, we don't know how long that's going to last, but we wanted to be sensitive to that as well. And so the first floor units that are facing street side will have what we call stoop entries, where you basically have your own front door that goes directly into your unit, and you avoid any common hallways that way. One of the main reasons we really like this location for this project is because of the proximity to the South Attleboro train station that's just a mile away, over right by the interstate. We feel that this will make our site very attractive, and even to add to that, we are going to have a resident shuttle that will run to the train station and back a few times in the morning and a few times in the evening, so that residents can leave their cars at home and not have to worry about parking or the commute to the train station. So in short, we're very excited about this project. We plan on making a substantial investment in the community. We are a build and hold kind of a shop. We don't sell things, we build them to own for the long term. And we look forward to being a part of the Attleboro community for a long time.
Thank you, Brian. Renee, if we can go back to the next slide. So turning back to the site, for the commercial pads, we've been negotiating with a couple of coffee type shops, a restaurant, a bakery, a daycare. Our preference is to lease to local businesses. It is possible that a bank or a dry cleaner or another type of service-oriented business might be interested. We're not at liberty at this time to disclose who the tenants might be, as we have not entered into letters of intent, nor received permission to make any such disclosure, but we are actively working on the tenant mix for the commercial area. What we have given you here on the left side of the plan is representational, in the sense that we think that, we know that Miller's Roast Beef is going to stay in the northern building, and they may actually buy their site from us. And then we're looking at probably 3, maybe 4 development pads with associated parking. And that will depend on who the actual tenants are and how many square feet they actually need. That by the way, will be subject to a major site plan review by the planning board at the time that we firm up who those tenants are and how we would actually arrange that parking and the pad sites up front. As Brian said, we're looking at 329 apartments. 25 of them are studios, 183 are one bedroom, 121 are two bedroom. We, as Brian was saying, do not expect that this will generate students for the school system. I think experience tells us that a one or two bedroom apartment gets awfully small when that child comes around. Also, these are market rate rentals, so we're not proposing any low income housing here. And frankly, with the amount of rent that would be paid once a child came along, you could probably afford to buy a house in Attleboro and pay a mortgage instead of the rent. What we have done with this is to try, and this was, let me say that we had a meeting with the mayor. We had several meetings with Gary Erosion and his staff. And originally we were looking at putting buildings scattered throughout the site. If you'll notice, there's 650 feet from the back end of our proposed development all the way down to the river, which is the property line. And we were asked to consider leaving all of that area alone, leaving it in its natural state, not cutting any trees, and concentrating everything in the grassy area where the driving range is now. That is a concept that we thought really made a lot of sense. It allowed us to create about 23 acres of the site that will be untouched in its natural state. Of the remaining 16 acres, about 12 of them will have impervious site and about 4 acres will also be pervious. So that means that there will be landscaped islands and there will be grassy areas and there will be detention ponds and other areas. We really took to heart what the mayor asked us to do, which was not to cut trees on this site and to make it a bit taller so that we could concentrate all the units in the middle. So we think that this project is going to be environmentally sensitive. As Brian said, we're looking at creating walking trails and public access for the land in the back, which stretches all the way to the 7 Mile River. We always get asked, did you speak to your neighbors? And yes, we did. We invited our neighbors on all of those who got notice of the Conservation Commission proceedings. So basically those on Ellendale and Lockwood. And we had a meeting with them at the Good Shepherd Lutheran Church, and we did our best to answer their questions. One of the things that they were sensitive to, and we don't blame them, was how far away from their houses we would be. If you notice on the northern side where Ellendale Road is, there's about 125 feet from their property line. And of course, their houses are probably another 40 or 50 feet from their property line, but there's 125 feet from their property line to the garages. That's what's at the edge of the parking lot there are garages. And it's 225 feet to the nearest occupied building. Just by way of example, the city zoning ordinance calls for a 25-foot buffer. And so we have created a buffer that is 5 times, and it's wooded and it's fenced, and it's 9 times that buffer on the north to between their property line and any living people. On the south side along Lockwood, the width of the electric company easement varies from 225 feet to 250 feet, and that will not be touched. You can't touch it anyway because National Grid would never let you, but that is a natural buffer, heavily vegetated from our neighbors on Lockwood. That is pretty much what I wanted to say at this point. And so what I'm going to do is give up this chair back to Renee Kadega, our engineer, who's going to give you a few more of the details about the site.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So some of the things I wanted to talk to you about the site is like someone mentioned earlier on, the site is greater than 39 acres. And currently it consists of a few areas of some wetlands, which are located in the northwestern portion of the site, up in the corner. There's also a wetland area within the National Grid electric easement in the southwest corner. And then obviously on the eastern side, there's pockets of wetlands and uplands along the 7 Mile River. And as Jack had mentioned, we do have the 225-foot National Grid electric easement along the southern boundary. To further describe the site in general, the distance from the Newport Avenue property line all the way to the eastern property line at the 7 Mile River is about 1,600 feet. So it's 1,600 feet from Newport Avenue to the 7 Mile River, which is our eastern property line. And from Ellendale Road to Lockwood Ave, at the narrowest area of our development in this general location is about 1,000 feet long. So it's a pretty large area. And again, as Jack mentioned, we met with Planning and Conservation Commission members, or rather planning staff. And again, some of the feedback we received from them was the preserving the trees, reducing the impacts to the wetlands and buffers, and help protect the natural buffers on the north and south side to better buffer the residences on those sides. So what we did, we took advantage of the natural depression within the site. So in the driving range area, that's about 25 feet lower than the Newport Ave elevation. And as you go from the center of the site to the north and to the south, to those property lines, we're about 20 feet lower than the elevations along the property lines. So it's a big bowl in the middle, or a large depression. So we took advantage of that depression. We took advantage of the compact development and stepped some of the buildings throughout the site to take advantage of that. And that also provided a better buffer to the residences. And in particular, I'm going to the next screen, which shows some elevations. And you can see on the top elevation goes from Ellendale Road south. And you can see that we have the houses, a representative house along Ellendale Road, the property line, which is located right in this area here. And then once you come onto the site, there's an existing berm, and that berm is landscaped. And then as you come further onto the site, there's a much larger area of existing trees that are about 40 feet high. And they are white pines, so they are evergreen trees. So we are staying away from those trees as recommended by both the mayor and planning staff. And then as you come onto our site, you drop down to the proposed garages, and then to our building, another, so that's 225 feet from the property line to the building. And because of the grade change, we're in essence going, their visual from Ellendale Road is really a 2 to 3 foot high, 3-story high building rather than a 4-story high building. So we're taking advantage of that natural depression and grade difference. And then as you continue across the site, you can see that the buildings continue to drop down. Likewise, from Route 1A, it changes in elevation. So as you drive into the site from Route 1A and to the east, the building elevations continue to drop down. And even this first building that you come to from Route 1A, you're looking at more of a 2 to 3 story building rather than a 4-story building from Route 1A because of the grade difference. And to further supplement any visual impact from the neighbors, if there are any areas where we have low canopy coverage, once we get into a more detailed design, we'll be supplementing any landscaping buffers needed to alleviate any gaps in landscaping. Some of the other benefits to this compact design was preserving impacts to wetlands, and we were able to accomplish that. We are not proposing any direct impact to wetlands, nor to the 25-foot buffer to the wetlands, and we're minimizing impacts within the 100-foot buffer. We do have some, we will have some, but we're minimizing them from this more compact development design. Some of the other things that we'll have on the site, as Brian had mentioned, we have the 3 types of parking: surface, we have garage parking, which you can see scattered throughout. The detached garages are these long linear buildings, and they're scattered throughout the development. And those are single-story garages. That's it, just all in a row. And the remaining buildings are, the remaining parking is surface and underneath. So you can pull up to a building and pull into the building in the garage. So we have those 3 types of garages. We also have lighting on the site, obviously, for safety and protection. But if you think about this site being allowed to have commercial uses 600 feet into the site, the type of lighting for a residential development is very different from a commercial development. The light poles are lower, for instance. They're not as intense, and the hours are going to vary as well. They will be night sky compliant, and given the elevation differences from the abutting properties, you likely won't even see the fixtures from the property line. They will be shielded as well. House shield will be provided to keep the light, concentrated into the developed area. In addition to meeting with planning staff, we did reach out to the water and sewer departments. Given the size of this development, we wanted to make sure that the city water and sewer departments could handle this type of development within their utility infrastructure systems. And they both confirmed that a project like this, they can easily handle within the existing infrastructure. But we will continue as we further develop this property and get into more detailed design. We'll continue to coordinate, obviously, with the various departments within the city. Some of the other, we also had some additional meetings with Mass DOT. And Patrick Dunford is here with us. Actually, he'll have to raise his hand, and he can talk about the traffic for the site.
Hi, good evening. Got my hand up. Hope you can hear me okay. An affirmative, anyone?
Yeah.
Okay. Getting a little bit of echo in this end, so let me know if you're picking that up in yours.
We are too.
We are.
Okay. Hang on just a second. I'll see if I can fix that. Actually, I think it's fixed. Yes?
Six.
Okay. So we're off to a good start. Nice to see all of you. Okay. First off, my name's Pat Dunford. I'm a transportation engineer with VHB. And what I'd like to do tonight is build upon what Renee, Jack, and Brian had talked about, focusing on the transportation end. So what we're showing on the screen is the surrounding area. And when we do our transportation work, we're not doing it in a vacuum. We like to take a look at what's surrounding the area, get a thorough understanding of what's going on. We did submit a traffic study. It's actually going to be the first of many traffic studies to the city, taking a look primarily at the access to the project. And we're going to continue to build upon that. In looking at this area, I know all of you are probably pretty familiar with it. I've been working out here off and on for 10 to 20 years. And the area, Route 1, Route 1A, certainly have their challenges at times. So we don't undercut that or try to downplay that. But I think it's something that's workable. Our goal on this is not to add to any existing concerns. And at the same time, I think we have an opportunity to help out with a few things. And I think that's what we've accomplished to date in our site design, which I'll zoom in on in a second. But from looking at this, the site obviously is shown in the middle. And the area is somewhat transitional where the points to the north, Route 1, 1A, are predominantly commercial to the north of here. And as you head to the south of Route 123, there starts to be more of a transition to residential, with there still being commercial uses sprinkled along the roadway. So what we try to do to make the traffic work on this is find uses that are compatible with the area and infrastructure that can help make it work. And again, I think we've done both of those through here. I guess if we could, Brian also had mentioned on this, we're about a mile, maybe a mile and a quarter to the T station to the south, South Attleboro, just off 95. And you can also get to 95 to the north off of 123. So our traffic's going to be somewhat split to the north and south, and we've been carefully looking at that. As Brian had mentioned, there will be shuttle service offered from this site. We haven't tried to take any massive credit for that, but I think that's just part of the benefits we can put out here to try to manage the traffic. If we could zoom in a bit on that, Renee, just get into the site again. I know we had showed this earlier, but looking at the site today, it's an active site with the golf use that's on there. And we did have an opportunity to take a look at it over the summer. While most uses in the state were fairly quiet, I think a lot of people were catching up on golfing activity. So we were able to get a good inventory of that. Not much is happening at the site in the morning, but late afternoon, early evening, you had a lot of people out there hitting balls on the driving range, and certainly on the weekends as well. So it's not going to be an entirely new use on the site, but it's going to be a little bit different, obviously. And in looking at it, also just to point out, what we're trying to do is manage the access points, not to conflict with anything in the area. We do have the existing curb cut to the golf facility, which is located right below the word Newport. That's an existing driveway you had seen earlier. And there's another one to the north, just below the 1A symbol to the northern part of the site. Things we have to take a look at in developing the property is that across the street, we have Barrow Street, which serves both McDonald's and the New Irving gas station. A little bit further south, you have the post office and the donut shop to the left as well. And we are very conscious that there's residential streets right near the site and up and down the Route 1A corridor. So when we look at this, and if we could jump ahead for a second, Renee, this is the same plan we had showed you earlier. And as discussed, it's a combination of residential, the roughly 329 units on the right side of the plan, and commercial uses up front along Route 1A. And the traffic for that, the residential, is very well defined. We have a good understanding of how those apartment uses generate traffic. And it's not really surprising. You have a good amount of that leaving in the morning, people going to work, those same people returning in the evening, some level of activity throughout the day, but it's not quite, you see, the same as a lot of the commercial uses in the area. You don't get that constant activity from dusk to dawn as far as there being constant traffic. So it tends to be a little bit more controlled, a little bit more predictable. Now, we do have retail along the street edge there. And just to put that in context, these are not major destination retail type uses. In total, the 3 buildings that we're showing, I think it's about 14,800 square feet and within 3 buildings. Biggest building is probably about 6,000 square feet, give or take, depending on who the final tenants are. But to put that into context, that one building is probably about half the size of a CVS. So it's not a major building, not a big box store, but it's something I think they're trying to target uses where that would be beneficial and compatible with the residential, such as some of the examples both Brian and Jack had given earlier. Regardless, because we don't know exactly who those are going to be, we made sure we didn't underestimate that in our traffic work to date. So the key thing in this, once we figure out what the general uses are and how that behaves, is how we want to manage the access. And the main thing on this is we want to have something that's obviously safe and efficient. We don't want to compound any issues that might already be out there. It is a roadway that sees high speeds throughout the day, and it does carry a decent amount of volume, even today during COVID conditions. So what we looked at and what we've heard loud and clear from the city staff is that the center driveway, if you could highlight that, Renee, that driveway right there, there's a pretty strong feeling that should be signalized. And that was made clear through discussions with the town, both the city, both the planning staff, as well as fire and police, just looking at it from a safety perspective. And the more we looked at it, we definitely agree. And that's something we're pursuing now. As Renee had mentioned, we've had multiple meetings with Mass DOT on this, and they want the same things we do. We want safe and efficient access. They want something that's going to work, something that's not going to compound any problems in the roadway. So that's what we're all leaning towards at this point. There is going to be an ongoing dialogue with the state, and we do feel that we can have the signal here as shown. We have decided it would make the most sense to locate it basically at the existing driveway that serves the driving range today. And in doing so, what we're doing is maintaining an appropriate separation from Barrow Street. So we're not going to be adding any conflicts there. And we're going to be getting people out of the site, particularly those that are turning left to head south on 1A. It's going to make it a lot safer than if they have to take that as an unsignalized movement. Because again, that's pretty difficult throughout the day. Now, some of the changes you're going to see with that when we put the signal in, today to the north, 123, just off the top of the screen, you do get some breaks, some gaps in the traffic stream, depending on when the signal's red or green up there. When it's green and traffic's going south, you really have an awful time trying to turn onto 1A from a side street. Once it turns red, though, you do get some breaks in traffic that help you out. Now, those tend to even out over time, but once we add this new signal in, which is primarily intended to get people in and out of the site, that does introduce some new breaks, particularly those for traffic heading in the northbound direction, where you're momentarily going to have people stopped going north, which would help you if you're turning out of Ellendale or other locations to the north. It's not going to solve everything, but it's going to help things a little bit. By the same token, we're not just looking at cars on this. We have to make sure this is a safe situation for pedestrians. With 329 units, you're going to have people that are going to be looking to walk somewhere. The project will be doing new sidewalk along its entire frontage. There's sidewalk out there today, but it's extremely old, pretty beaten up, so it makes sense to fix that. By the same token, when you have a signal, in all likelihood, in keeping with Mass DOT standards, you'll have a pedestrian crossing there. As a 4-lane road with high speeds, that's certainly tough today if you're trying to walk across the roadway. People aren't as inclined to walk all the way up to the other signals to cross. So this provides a new opportunity for that, which I think would make a lot of sense and overall could be beneficial. That's not going to be the only access point. We are going to maintain, there's an existing driveway to the north, right at the 1A symbol. That part of the property remains relatively unchanged. I don't expect to see any notable changes in traffic there. So the focal point will be the signal at the center. But just so we don't overload that, if you could highlight the other one for me, Renee. At the bottom part of the site today, there are not any driveways there. And we want to be careful that we're just not arbitrarily adding driveways everywhere. So we took a look at this, and there's definitely benefits to adding something so you're not overloading that center signal and putting all the traffic, concentrating it at that one point and overloading things. So what we're looking at is a driveway at the south side of the site, and both, I guess, willing on our end and Mass DOT's direction, and I think the city's hopes as well, to have turn restrictions there. So it's not a full access. People won't be turning left out of there. In all likelihood, that's going to be a right in, right out driveway. Just get some of that traffic off the roadway sooner and makes it so not everyone is going through that signal. So you have the benefit of the signal safely getting people in and out, but you don't have a case where there's a signal that's going to be stopping Route 1A traffic for a long time, which is certainly something that wouldn't be helpful overall. Now, as we're going through all this, you'll notice I'm not showing a lot of bar graphs and charts and a lot of traffic numbers and analysis. The time for that's going to come. This project has a lot of traffic review ahead of it. And that's going to happen both at the local level, where we're going to have site plan approval, and there's going to be traffic studies as part of that. We're not just going to be looking at what's on the screen, but we're going to be looking further out at other locations that could potentially be impacted by the project. Mass DOT is also going to have a heavy part in this. Before we get to them, we have to go through a state review process, the MEPA process, if you've heard of that, where they take a look at traffic. Following that, we go to Mass DOT. And again, they want to see the same thing that we do, safe access, efficient access, but they're going to be looking at this very closely to make sure that those interests are served. And I believe the plan that we have makes that happen. But it's going to be a long process along the way, and there's things we'll be able to look at, revisit periodically, and make sure that nothing is ignored or not looked at closely. So overall, what you're seeing, based on my experience doing this for 20 plus years, it's a very workable plan. It's compatible with what's out there in Route 1A. The infrastructure that we're putting in, I think, is going to be very helpful, not only to this project, but I think it'll help a little bit of the Route 1A traffic flow and some of the difficulties that occur. So through that process, we can address all of these. I will be available for questions as needed, but I hope you find the same thing that I do, that it's a very workable plan. I'll turn it back to Jack now.
Thank you, Pat. One of the things that everyone always wants to know is, what will the impact be on city services? Go to the next one, Renee. And we have met with the police chief and the fire chief, and they've told us that with the traffic light installed, their safety concerns are met. As I said, we do not expect school children. The buildings will be sprinklered, so we don't think that that will cause a lot in the way of services from the fire department, and we will have on-site security, so we will not have much of a need from the police department. The big factor, though, is that this golf driving range right now pays about $63,000 a year in taxes. And our projection is that this project, when finished, will pay something in excess of $1.2 million in taxes, which is a substantial amount of new growth available for the city. So we think that this project actually will have a positive impact rather than negative impact on the city. And what you'll see there in the bar graph is the brown shows what we would expect the assessors to assess in the first year of construction before it's completed. And then the larger blue line shows the taxes when the project is completed about 2 years down the road. This is really only the, go back to the, this is really only the first step in our attempt to make this project a reality. In the event that this council passes the rezoning, we would expect to apply in the spring to the city boards. We will need a special permit and variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals for the apartment complex. You'll need special permits from the zoning board for any drive-throughs which might be associated with the commercial development along Newport Avenue. We will need site plan review from the planning board for the commercial development along Newport Avenue. We will need a stormwater permit from the Conservation Commission and an order of conditions from the Conservation Commission. We would expect to be complete with all of that permitting by the fall of this 2021. At that time, we would apply to Mass DOT for the traffic light permit, because they will not allow us, as Pat said, to apply unless we have all the local permits. We would expect construction to start sometime probably in the spring of 22, depending on how long permitting takes, and expect the project to be open in about 2 years. So that is our presentation. We certainly are ready to answer any questions that you may have. I know we've presented a lot of material tonight, and we did provide this PowerPoint to the council administrative assistant so that it will be available to any members of the council or the planning board who want to look at any of these slides at any time in the future. So thank you for your time this evening.
President Cooper, you're muted.
So whoever could have just read my lips gets the prize for today. So I first saw Councilor Blair and then Councilor Cobus, then any members of the Dolan, and then any members of the planning board that may have questions. So Councilor Blair.
This question is directed at Jack. It's a little fuzzy coming through with the voice. I'd like him to go over the time plan for this project. Again, he did it at the end, but I missed from start to finish how long.
Okay, I'll do that, Peter. We are, if this council was to pass this proposal, we will apply in the spring to the zoning board, planning board, and conservation commission. They will hopefully finish by late summer. In the fall, we would then be applying to Mass DOT for the traffic light permit, because we cannot apply for that unless we have all the local permits in place. So we probably, I'm guessing spring of 22, we would start building, and it would take about 2 years to get built.
Be spring, spring of 25, this project should be over.
If we start in the spring of 22, the spring of 24, it should be open.
Okay, thanks, Jack. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilor Cobus.
Thank you. Outstanding presentation. Definitely appreciate that. I had 3 quick questions. Actually, the third one you answered, Jack, it was just about the difference in taxes, and I appreciate you coming up with the numbers going from 63K to 1.2 million based on the estimated assessment. So that was one of my questions. The other question, can you talk about spot rezoning and why is this not spot rezoning? And then the third question is just regarding the egress from the inside. It looked like there was only one way in and out from the apartments in the back. And if you can talk a little bit about the egress from that.
Sure. So let me answer on the egress. Can we share our screen again?
Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, so, Councilor, there are 2 egresses. There's one which is a double-barreled boulevard right in the middle, and then we also have at the southern end of the site a right in, right out only. So there are 2 entrances to the apartment complex that way. It may be hard to see because the blue zoning line goes over it, but you can actually drive down.
Okay, I hadn't seen the one in the north. It looked like there was a choke point in the middle, sort of in the double. The main boulevard was the only way in and out. The one in the north.
Yeah, and then your other question was.
What can you say about spot rezoning?
Yeah, the site's 40 acres, so I think that's the short answer. But I think the longer answer is that the single residence zones that are north and south of it are compatible with the general residence zone. They're both residential. And I think that on the west, it's commercial, where McDonald's is, where the Irving gas station is. So that ties in with the general business that's along the street. So I don't see spot zoning as an issue, but it's a question that's frequently asked, and it's a good question.
Sure, but what's there now is planned highway business. Is this all of a sudden going to create a gap of planned highway business where, is there planned highway business to the north and south, and all of a sudden we're getting rid of it here?
I'm going to give you a yes and no. There is nothing business on the south on this side of the road for quite a distance. It may not be anything until you get all the way down to the church. Going to the north, there's a mix of general business. So the plaza where the Chick-fil-A is general business. The plaza where next plaza north, where the Starbucks is half general business and half planned highway business. Across the street, where the Stop and Shop is planned highway business, and South Attleboro Square is planned highway business. So we have an eclectic mix of general business and planned highway business. But I don't think spot zoning applies within business zones or within residential zones. I think the idea of spot zoning would be if you were just creating a small island of an acre or something.
Right, that's what I was trying to ask. Yeah, thank you. That answers my question.
Okay.
Jack, just to the egress question, you identified and pointed out the curb cut to the south, but it appears as if you're also going to have a curb cut to the north, right about where the 1A sign is, which is an existing one.
Yes, so that is the Miller's Roast Beef access and for there, and I think there's a eye doctor in there as well. And we're going to leave that because Miller's Roast Beef, quite frankly, wants to buy that site from us, and so they'd have to continue to have their own access. But because of the concept of shared access, we would connect the parking lots so that you would not have to go back out onto Newport Avenue to travel anywhere along that general business zone.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that there were actually 3 access points to the existing property and not the 2, one to the north, one to the south, and then the signalized in the middle of the double barrel.
Mass DOT likes to have as few access points as possible, but they have not raised any objection in the conversations we've had with them to these 3 access points. As I said, the traffic light at the center there is the key. The police chief and fire chief were absolutely adamant that we needed that for public safety. And as Pat said, we absolutely agree with them.
And is the egress to the north going to be right in, right out?
That at this point, we have not proposed that, but I'm sure that Mass DOT is going to take a hard look at that.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Dolan, and then back to Councilor Blair.
Hi, Jack. Can you tell me what that building is? If you look at Ellendale Road, it's behind the general business. It's like up in the corner. What's that building? Within the red.
Is that the dental office?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Jack, no, it's behind that.
Behind that.
Keep
right
going.
there you go, right there. What's that?
Oh, that's a shed. That's something that's going to come down. That was part of the golf operation. I think they kept their equipment in there.
Okay, and I see where it says 25-foot wetland protection zone, but I don't. If it's there, I can't read it because the font is tiny. But how close are we within that 25 feet of each wetland protection area?
No, not at all. We are not proposing to go into the 25-foot no disturb zone at all. And in fact, we have very minimal impacts into the 100-foot buffer zone. We have kept out of the 100-foot buffer zone for the large part. And there are a couple of areas where we go, I don't know, 20, 25 feet perhaps into the 100-foot buffer, but still 75 feet away from the wetlands. You can't go into the 25-foot no touch zone. That's law in Attleboro. But you can build in the 100-foot buffer zone with an appropriate order of conditions from the Conservation Commission to protect the wetlands.
Right, so you're saying you're at least 75 feet from it, is what you're
Yes.
from the, okay.
Yeah, and in most cases more.
So Jack, I'm not seeing that. So you need to help me. So if I'm at the southerly entrance to the because I have my own copy open because this is too small. So I've zoomed right in on the same presentation.
Right, that's what I'm looking
When
at
I'm at the
too.
southerly entrance to your development here, you come in, you take a right turn into that development and you go right about to the blue line.
Yeah.
Right underneath that says 25 foot. I believe it says 25 foot because there's the red line again is over it, wetland protection zone. And it appears as if a piece of
that black dotted line is the 100-foot buffer zone. The 25-foot zone is well inside that.
Okay, so that's not that's just a little bit. I don't want to say deceiving, but it appears as if you're in the 25-foot. If I just because I looked at this quickly, but I can see when I zoom in, you actually have the 25-foot labeled as a solid line around your wetlands flags. It appears is what it appears to me.
Yes, that is correct, and that is one area where we're in the 100-foot buffer zone, but nowhere near the 25-foot no disturb zone. It's as I said, there's and the only other area, I think that there are two other areas that on the plan. If you look up at the top of the plan, Renee, if you can highlight that, you see a dotted line again, and that dotted line shows the 100-foot buffer zone. And so we're just slightly into that. And then if you look on the right side of the plan, you're going to see down, yeah, you see the dotted line there. So that's again into the 100-foot, but it's not very far into the 100-foot.
Agreed. I just think it was the way it's labeled, Jack, right? It's within the 100-foot zone, you have 25-foot wetland protection zone. So it appears as if, but if you really zoom in on it, you can see you have your wetlands flags. You have a solid line, which I believe is what you were labeling with this 25-foot protection zone. And then you have the dotted line, which represents the 100-foot. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
What I'd have to say is that when you take a Google Earth picture and you put a plan on top of it, and then you put some black lines on top of it, and then you put some red and blue lines on top of it, sometimes something gets lost in the translation.
Yeah, agreed.
President Cooper, can I just
yes.
ask my last question, please?
Sure. Yeah.
So Jack, at the graphic we're looking at, where you see the buildings and then you see where it says General Residence A, and then below it says site, and then 7 Mile River.
Yeah.
So how far are we from that parking lot from the river?
I think it's 650 feet. 650 feet, Renee confirmed for me.
Okay, thank you.
And that whole area back there is where that 9-hole golf course was. That was sort of interspersed. And so our plan is to try and take advantage of that, because there's some naturally cleared areas where we can make some walking trails without having any impact on. And our mission was clear when we talked to the mayor. He said, don't cut any trees.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Council Waterman, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were supposed to go back to to Councilor Blair first, Ty, if you don't mind.
That's right. No problem.
You're muted, Pete. Peter, you're on mute.
Excuse me. Getting back to that general business area in the north section of the site plan, there is an entrance there that goes into the roast beef place, and you said you think there's a dentist's office in there now?
An eye doctor, I think.
Eye doctor?
The
Well-
dentist, I think, is to the north.
Oh, okay, thank you. My concern there is, and I question it, will that become a traffic pattern to get in and out of this complex? Or if that piece is sold, would that be blocked off for cars, say, in and out?
Well, I think it could be blocked off by the property owner, but I think they probably would want people who were going to, a bank or an insurance office or a coffee shop to be able to come over to theirs. But I don't think that people will choose, Counselor, to wind their way through the parking lot around two buildings to get in and out. I'm not a traffic expert. Pat's the traffic expert. But I think that using the traffic light and the big wide double barrel entrance is the way that people will choose to from the apartments to get in and out of the site. I don't see them as wanting to wind their way through two parking lots to get in and out.
Well, Jack, you know people as well as I do. I think that would enter some people's mind to, they'll do anything sometimes to eliminate 1 minute wait. So it's just something to look at, Jack. If that's sold off, if that could be at least.
Sure. Two things, Counselor. One is that Mass DOT is going to have a lot to say about that. But the second thing is that the planning board has to give a site plan review. And so if the planning board agrees that they don't want that people traveling that way, they'll simply require us to block that entrance.
Just for my own belief, I think it's something that should be looked at further, how that entrance and exit's going to be used.
We agree with you. We
Thank
agree
you.
with you, sir.
Jack, it's Ty.
Hi, Ty.
How you doing?
Good.
I might be off, but with 329 apartments, I'm figuring there might be somewhere between 400 and 600 cars being added in here. I'm assuming that you're set to handle that many cars.
Yes, we have 500 and some odd, 576 parking spaces on site.
Well, I'm not that far off. So I like the idea of having the vans, especially going to the train stations. I think that might relieve some of the traffic going down Newport Ave. Does anybody want to add anything more to that? I mean, will you be taking them to whatever trains are coming in the morning and in the evening?
Yeah, we'd have to get the hours down, but typically the vans would start 6:15, 6:30 in the morning, and they'd finish by 8 o'clock to 8:30, depending on what the train schedule is. And then at night, they would be there at probably 4:45-ish to pick up the first train, and probably by 6:30, 6:45, have picked up the last of the residents. Those details we have to work out, and the MBTA is changing its train schedule as we speak.
Right.
But hopefully all of that will go back to normal once enough people take a shot and we get some herd immunity, because I'm certainly looking forward to getting out, going stir crazy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the council?
President Cooper?
Yes, Council Delesio.
Thank you, sir. Jack, thank you for this presentation. Most of my questions were answered. The only one I have is really what the impact is going to be to the neighbors, especially in terms of the construction and trucks coming and going. And do you suspect there'll be any blasting?
We do not expect any blasting at all. This site is not rock like it is over on Route 1. It's we've looked at the soils already, and certainly there will be truck traffic coming in and out during construction. You can't minimize that. There would be for any development that went in there. But we think that with the extensive buffers that we have on the north and the south side, that we will be able to manage this and keep their noise down to a minimum. Just as an example, we're building right across from a neighborhood, and we have had very, very few complaints from those people. A handful at most, and mostly it was about workers parking in their neighborhood rather than using the parking lot over at Highland. So we believe that we can manage this and not be a burden to the neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Councilor Conti.
Jack, you've overlaid a lot of things onto this Google map, except a flood zone. Is this gully in the flood zone?
No, it is not. The flood zone is down next to the river.
So it's off to the right of the image?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from the council? Any questions from the planning board? Okay. Jack, thank you.
Thank you very much. That completes our presentation, and there may be some neighbors who want to speak. If they have questions that you want to call on us to answer, we'd be happy to do that. If that doesn't work in your format, that's fine too. But I want to thank you all for your time tonight. We think this is an exciting project and something that actually will have a very positive impact on the city, and we look forward to your judgment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Jim, did anybody express interest in speaking in favor?
None.
Okay. Is there anyone, sorry. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition?
President Cooper, Diane Sawyer of 136 Curtis Ave would like to address council.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thanks, Diane.
Hi, thank you for having me tonight. I lived here at 136 Curtis Ave for 10 years, and over that time, we have seen many changes and not very positively. Hang on, I just wrote some notes as the presentation went along. So I'm just gonna scroll through them. The main concern that I have is that this company's coming from Texas to develop our land when here in South Attleboro, it's very already overdeveloped. We have 2 schools within walking distance, and being on the school committee here, I hear many issues with students actually having access to the sidewalks, whatnot. There's not many sidewalks here in South Attleboro to even get to school. We have issues with people in the neighborhood even crossing to get to the local park because they have to cross the highway. And we fought for, God, probably 2 years to even get the signage updated because it was either missing or it was poorly inadequate for the speed and the traffic flow. And my fear is that you're adding 329 more units. And like Mr. Waterman said, that's like 500 some odd more cars. That's not going to be very safe for the students or for the general public, period. And they say there won't be any strain on the school. Well, I beg to differ. As it is, some of our schools are already at max capacity, and we're transporting them to other schools within Attleboro until a room or an assignment in their local school opens. I feel that Attleboro needs more affordable housing, not something like this. And how they want to put commercial zoning, I just don't get that, because we have so many empty storefronts. I mean, just Moe's and T-Mobile just closed, let alone you have locations in the Burlington Coat Factory that have been open. I mean, we just don't need more empty storefronts. It just looks poorly on Attleboro. And then when you start talking about wetlands, well, then I have issues with that too, because you're taking away and taking away. Well, if you keep rezoning, what comes next? I mean, at some point, something's got to give. Attleboro is bursting. We're bursting at the seams, and I see housing going up everywhere, just not the right type of housing. And I don't understand how they could say there'd be no effect on city services, because this year when I went and walked my dog at the Manchester Reservoir, I had never seen it so low in my life. And granted, there was a drought this year, but if you keep adding houses at this rate, what's going to happen next? Something's going to give. Did I miss anything else? And so I might come up with something else, but I think those were the points that I had that I wanted to talk about. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Diane. Is there anybody that has questions for Ms. Sawyer at this time? Great. Thank you, Diane. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition?
President Cooper, Susan Lipsky of 596 Tiffany Street would like to address the council.
Thank you. Ms. Lipsky, you're up.
Okay. Hi, Council. Thank you for having me too. I have a lot of concerns about this project. It's just too big. South Attleboro can't handle that many 576 possible cars. That's a huge amount for this small of an area. I appreciate that they are trying to minimize the environmental impact. Really is a great idea. It's wonderful to hear that they're trying to keep the trees that are there. That was really good to hear. However, unfortunately, they didn't address what they were going to do if cars are coming from the north-south and then taking a left-hand turn into the apartment complex, because there's only 2 lanes heading south. If you have people taking a left-hand turn into that apartment complex, that's going to back things up to the light that's at 123 and 1A, and that gets backed up and gridlocked all the time now anyway. So I think that should be something that should be looked at. I didn't hear anybody say anything about widening Newport Avenue, and that would also probably be a nightmare. But to make an extra turn lane or just a left-hand turn, that could also back things up. So I'm not sure how they're going to address that. But again, I feel better knowing that Mass DOT is taking hard looks at it. And I really think that the traffic is going to be such a negative impact. And in addition to that, we don't have a really big fire station and rescue area in South Attleboro. So I think that even though that they're going to have sprinklers, I'm guessing that the fire department would still have to be dispatched if the sprinklers are going off anywhere inside that apartment complex. So I think it's going to be a huge strain on our fire and our rescue. In addition, sure, they have their own security, but once again, I think our police may have to get involved if their security can't handle it. So I don't think that that's enough to make me feel good about the safety and the drain that that's going to cause there. And that is in addition to the drain on the water and the sewer. I just don't see where we could accommodate 329 extra units. I think the scale of the project is just too big for that small of an area. And I totally agree with Diane that we have so many empty places and other strip malls along this area. It seems ridiculous to add more empty spaces. It's just more and more places are leaving. Nobody's coming in. And then the other two things I wanted to say, I'm forgetting most of them, but I would like to see it remain as open space. They did it with Highland, and I know it's a totally different project because this area is being sold, and so we want to sell it. But it would be really nice if South Attleboro could have some open green space. They've taken away the South Attleboro pool. They've taken away the South Attleboro branch library, whoever they are. But poor South Attleboro, it seems like it just keeps getting beat up and just added to, and it's like it's not a part of Attleboro anymore. And then the other part I did want to ask is, they had a projected tax money, how much money we would be getting. First of all, I think the benefits totally do not outweigh the risks in this project. I think our risks are much too great. But my question was, do we get that tax money even if the apartments aren't filled? Do they have to be filled to a certain capacity in order for us to get that? I think it was 1.2 or 1.6 million. So that, I'm just wondering about that. And that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I'm glad that they're looking at trying to make it minimally impacted on the area, but I don't think there's really any way to do that with such a huge amount of cars and extra people. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Council Kovas.
I just had a quick question, and thank you for your comments. But with regard to, I mean, this hearing is about a zoning change, more about a zoning change and the benefits of that for the city versus the individual project itself. And so with that, Susan, I was wondering if you had concerns about changing this from planned highway business to general business. That aspect of it in the zoning piece that's up for debate, or not debate, that we're hearing about tonight.
Right. And I did wonder about that because I didn't realize that that was where it was zoned and where it was going to. So I really I can't speak to it because I don't know enough about the zoning and what all the differences are. So I'm kind of leaving that up to you guys. I would, if it was a perfect world, I would say just leave it alone and leave it open space. But I know it's not. So maybe general business is the best. But again, I don't know enough about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Ms. Lipsky at this time? Thank you.
President Cooper, Courtney Clank of 25 Howarth Ave would like to address the council.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, my name is Courtney Clank. So as mentioned, I'm on 25 Howarth Ave, which is directly connected to Allendale. Just a little bit of background. I'm in medicine, so we're big on evidence-based practice. Evidence-based practice, we're looking at those big studies to really support our work. So I appreciate all the work you have putting into the project. Unfortunately, sometimes studies with a subject of one kind of makes the biggest impact. So I'm here to speak as that subject of one, being in a direct neighborhood that's connected to this property. So some of the concerns have already been brought up, but this is really important to me. So I still want to speak to some of the concerns that have already been brought up. So again, I'm right next to Allendale. Traffic is already very, very bad in this area. Whether I'm taking a right to drive north or a left out of my road to drive south, it's very difficult to get out of that area. And I'm sure they did traffic studies when they put in new traffic lights for those new businesses where Starbucks are. And I feel like those traffic lights have actually made traffic a lot worse. So I know studies are done to try to prevent any impact on traffic, but the traffic is already bad. And I would actually be fearful that another traffic light would just make that situation even worse. I do have two dogs, usually in the area walking the dogs. We see a lot of wildlife, deer, coyotes, owls. know you're taking precautions to make sure there isn't an impact on wildlife. If you think about 25 feet as a buffer, though, that's just not enough. You're considering you're going from a wide open space to a 3 or 4 story building, and the carbon footprint as well, with the traffic going in and out. It's not just the trees, but the carbon footprint that would bring in. It really is unfortunate that this couldn't remain a green space. One thing I look forward to as I'm driving to work is just seeing that open space. You get some beautiful sunrises in that area. Really kind of makes my day. There's a lot of studies on how nature really supports just general health. So it's really unfortunate. It's too bad this can't remain a green space, because I think it's helpful for residents and also for wildlife. Also, just from COVID, I think we've all learned the importance of having recreational areas, how important it is to have those outlets. So again, this is really unfortunate we're losing this space. Another one of my concerns was that's already been mentioned, but the empty storefronts. We already have so many that haven't been filled, and they just become eyesores. It does not look good for the town when you have these empty storefronts. So to think about adding additional businesses and just seeing that area kind of wasted would be unfortunate. Again, those are my, without having kind of the experts beside me, these are kind of just my concerns anecdotally, living in the area for 10 years. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Any questions at this time? Thank you.
President Cooper, Laura Abrams of 35 Cumberland Ave would like to address the council.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'd like to just correct. I'm on Cumberland Street, not Cumberland Ave. Even though there are 2 Cumberlands in South Attleboro, I'm on Cumberland Street. My concerns about this project, other people have kind of commented on them already. Ms. Klink also did. The 25-foot buffer for the wetlands, I don't feel is a sufficient buffer, because you're looking at runoff from the parking lot going into those areas. And that is a concern for me, because that runoff is going to consist of motor oil, road salt, and other toxic things. It's going to go into the land, into the water stream, and eventually probably into the 7 Mile River. I also have concerns about the traffic in that area, because I live right off of 123. And when I'm heading down 123 to that Route 1A intersection, I'm constantly seeing people make left turns into the parking lot where BJ's and those businesses are, and then also left turns out of that parking lot. And I just see that happening right here at this intersection. People are going to be looking to evade the traffic light that's proposed there. They're going to be looking to evade it any way possible. So they're going to be looking to kind of skirt around it or go around it in some way. And I just see that as happening. And also economically, I feel like having 329 apartments, their expectation is that they're going to attract these young professionals who, are single or married and don't have kids yet. And it's going to be great because they're going to buy houses in Attleboro. But the fact is that a lot of young professionals want to live closer to metropolitan areas. And Attleboro is great because it's commutable to Boston, but it's close to Providence. But I just feel like we already have open luxury apartments here in the center of Attleboro that aren't filled. And I don't really see that getting filled. So what's the next step? They're probably just going, and I don't have any evidence for this, but my feeling is that eventually they're just going to be accepting people who have kids and lowering the rent. So I just, and those are concerns that I have as well, as far as this project is concerned. And then again, with the empty storefronts, we have empty storefronts here in South Attleboro, and it's an attraction for crimes. The more lights that are off, the more people kind of come looking to profit off of that. And that's, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Abrams at this time? Okay, thank you. Anyone else here to speak in opposition?
President Cooper, Rick Phillips of 17 Simpson Ave would like to address the council.
Great. Mr. Phillips, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for taking my concerns. Again, the traffic issue. I live right on Simpson Avenue, and to make a left out of Simpson Avenue to go to 120 to 95, it sometimes can be a nightmare. So I can understand putting an extra traffic light, but that's going to potentially back the traffic up to, it's going to make it even worse. As it is right now, I have to make a right out of Simpson Ave just to loop around the block just to go back up towards 95. The other concern I have, again, is the traffic light right at the beginning of the complex. I understand that Mass DOT is going to look at this, and something's going to have to be done to make coming from the CVS that's going south, something's going to have to be put in to put a left lane in, because if you don't do that, now you're going to just back up traffic in one lane and make it even worse. And as far as the open space goes, I agree with the other residents that have spoken. I would like to see something put in there to keep it more of a park atmosphere. A skating park for the kids, just something more reasonable for the community to use, instead of putting more storefronts, because you have the Denny's down there. I believe that is supposed to be a Denny's that's empty. And there's so many stores just not full that I don't see how putting more stores there is going to help. And I understand the concept of having the shuttle to the commuter rail, which is a great idea, but what about on the weekends? Not everyone's going to be working and taking the train. And so my biggest concern is just the traffic and the volume. But that's all I have. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Phillips? Thank you.
I have a quick one.
Oh, go ahead, Council Kovas.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Phillips. Just a similar question. Do you feel that the zoning change from planned highway business to general business will have a significant impact on the traffic in and of itself, or is this more about the project?
I believe that you have empty stores, and no matter what you put in there, I don't think will succeed, because we have so many empty buildings now as it is. And I am to be honest, I'm against this project because of the mass traffic it's going to entail. It's just going to attract.
In your opinion, do you feel a big box store, which is what it's currently zoned for, or a planned highway business, that style, do you feel that would what the proposal is to move to the general business, do you feel that would produce more traffic than what it's currently zoned at?
Yes, I just think no matter what you put in there for business apartments, it's just, in my opinion, it's not going to work.
So just to be clear though, Councilor Kobus, the planned business is the front portion of this property, right? The back and the majority of this property is currently zoned single family residence, right? So just to be clear, to put a big box store in the back 2/3 of this property would require a zoning change as well, right?
But that front portion is planned highway business.
Yeah, that's a true statement, but it's 275 foot deep.
Which wouldn't fit a big box store.
Right.
Fair point.
Exactly. So the big box store comparison, I just don't want people to be confused thinking that this entire 40-ish acre parcel could be a big box store today. It cannot today without a similar type hearing. So any additional questions for Mr. Phillips? Rick, thank you very much.
Mark?
Did somebody, Councilor Dolan.
I didn't necessarily have a question for Mr. Phillips. I just wanted to address the zoning change. Like, I realize, you know, when we have a public hearing, we try to keep it at exactly what the public hearing is about. But we're presenting this zoning change with a project behind it. So you can't expect, and I'm not saying you specifically, I'm just saying in general, you can't expect people to not take into consideration this project when we're presenting the zoning change with this project. So I'm just saying to ask the public, Councilor Kobus, if, you know, if one would be better than the other and that this is just about the zoning change. If we presented this with no project and just a zoning change, that would be more fair to ask. But we are presenting this with a project attached to it. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. Phillips? Thank you. Anyone else to speak in favor? I mean, in opposition?
President Cooper, Megan Kane of 17 Lockwood Ave would like to address the council.
Hi, council. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for having me speak. I know everyone's been chirping on the traffic, which I also agree. One of the things I think that when the traffic study continues, if they continue, they definitely need to take into consideration holidays. Holiday traffic around here is terrible. And with residential and retail or business being added into this new site for zoning, that's something I would look into. My other question is, with the zoning change, how does the allowable building height change? So right now, if it's single family residence, that's a very low building as compared to 3-4 stories. And right now we have a border of trees, which is nice, but these buildings are going to be monstrous in comparison to a single family building. So I would like to further get more details about how that's going to be adjusted. And then also noise. Currently, we are on the smack dab other side of that easement. And during the summer, we are rocking out to the music that is being played in that mini putt-putt golf in our front yard. So it's very easy to hear. So trees can only take up so much sound. But again, with 329 apartments and a couple of retail buildings, it's a lot more sound than you'll think. And then lastly is with this project, any affordable housing in consideration? And then just what else the site might bring to the community. If it's going to be rezoned and taking away the green space and adding 12+ acres of non-permeable surface, what other givebacks to the community? I know that there was a jogging path mentioned, but there's a school behind us, like you have the Hill Elementary School. So what else is this building going to offer and benefit the surrounding neighborhood for? And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Kane at this time? Councilor Reynolds.
Sorry, Mark, I was muted. I don't really have a question for the young lady. What I think I want to be sure of, and I might be incorrect here, but if there were walking paths there, I believe it's going to be walking paths for the people on that property that are renting the apartments. I don't believe it's going to be open to the community. It's not community-owned land. It's a building proposal for apartments. So the people that are renting the apartments would be paying for that and, through their rents. And so I think that when we're talking about community space or open space, there is some open space that they're leaving, but it's going to be for the people that are residing there. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong in that assumption.
So what I would say, Sarah, is we will likely leave this public hearing open so that the applicant can answer
Thank you.
some of these questions that have come up this evening and present those answers.
Thank you.
Into public for the record. So that's my intention this evening, is to leave this open, but you know, we'll talk to the planning board as well. But there have been a fair number of questions that should be answered by the applicant.
Thank you. And I think a lot of them revolve around some of those questions. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Any questions for Ms. Kane at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else to speak in opposition?
There are none other to speak in opposition.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak neither for nor against?
President Cooper, Bethany Rosa of 30 Hillcrest Ave would like to address the council.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Beth Rosa.
Hi there.
Hi, I reside at 30 Hillcrest Avenue, which is right down the street from this project. And I'm getting a little confused about this public hearing with just one of the counselors just said that it's really about changing of the zoning for the project. And I think you said that it was zoned single family. And, you know, in listening to some of these comments, I first typed this out saying that I was neither because I needed some more information about the project. I have to tell you that I walk my dog on those power lines right there, and I see this property every day, and it's gorgeous. Like, the wildlife out there is amazing. So that's on the back side. I understand the front side of where this development is going to be, but I really think that you need to take into consideration what the wetlands are, because I have been out back there many times, because that water abuts the 7 Mile River, and on the other side is also land trust property. All down the power lines, that's all open space back there that abuts up to Hill Roberts, actually. There are paths back there, trails back there that have been there for years. So I think that, oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to put that out there. I did want to ask a question. With all of these apartments going in, no one's mentioned, this sounds kind of strange, but I work up in the Boston area, and one of the biggest things is pets. So I wasn't sure if people were going to be, you know, this is 300 something units. How many pets are going to be here with dogs? And I just don't know what that impact is going to be, and if you're going to put an area on the side for them for that. So those were some of my questions.
Great. So again, Beth, some of these questions will be answered in writing from the applicant after tonight's hearing. Any additional questions for Ms. Rosa? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak neither for nor against?
Was that all right?
Very good. Very good.
President Cooper, Mary Beth Lynch of 53 Roy Ave would like to address the council.
Excuse me, President Cooper, before Mary Beth Lynch addresses the council, I'd like to let the council know that this is my sister. So I'll be recusing myself from determinations on this, but
okay.
Ms. Lynch is my sister.
And Ms. Lynch, what was your address again for the record?
53 Roy Ave.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So in this project, they did mention the green space, keeping the trees there, which I think is fantastic, and I appreciate that. However, there are many other things that could be done for sustainability purposes, which are important to me. And also, I think Attleboro is trying to move into a more sustainable green environment. So I was wondering about that. Any buildings going up nowadays, I think should be a little more sustainable, like maybe with solar panels and the way they build them. There's many different things that they could be doing. I'm not saying they're not doing it, but I'd be curious to hear if they are doing it. That was one thing. And then I've noticed a lot of buildings going up in Attleboro that for apartments, and I just can they prove there's any kind of demand for them? I'm seeing a lot of empty apartment buildings. There's the Renaissance in Attleboro, is buildings going up there, and I think with COVID, just my thought that people want to move into the suburbs and have houses instead of apartments. So maybe with COVID, there's going to be even less of a demand. I don't know. So, but I do believe there's a big demand for low-income housing. And so I would like to see that for Attleboro. I think we do have a real need for low-income housing. So that's something I was wondering. And then the talking about sustainability and building buildings themselves has a very strong negative impact on the environment. Just building a building itself, it omits gases. Could be I don't want to go into specifics because but building buildings is very bad for the environment in themselves. And I'm seeing like a lot of these storefronts that are sitting there empty, and that it's like less than a mile away we've got that Denny's supposed to go there. What's that going to be now? It's just an empty building, and the damage it did to the environment to build it in the first place. I just don't see a demand for the retail business. And then I'm also wondering about the accountability on the developers. That land that they just that they did where Denny's is, it had a huge mound of dirt for I don't know how long, and it was collecting all the trash. It was a real eyesore for a long time. And now, what are they going to do with that building that they built, the Denny's? What are they going to do with it now? I mean, so those are some of my concerns. I think is there going to be any accountability on these developers when things don't go the way that they're telling us they're going to go? That would be my question.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Lynch? Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak neither for nor against?
President Cooper, that concludes everybody who has indicated they would like to speak.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the planning board or the council at this time? I am going to keep this public hearing open and receive additional answers to some of these questions can be formally submitted by the applicant to the council. And in written format, that is fine. And at this time, we can move on. I think, Jack, thank you for coming with your team. Planning board, thank you for coming this evening. We are going to be continuing this to, let me get the calendar, January 5th. So this public hearing is joint public hearing is continued. Oh, wait, I got to consider the planning board schedule, but for now we'll do till January 5th since it is a joint public hearing. But this public hearing will remain open. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and thank you all for testifying this evening. And we'll see you on the 5th. At this time, I'd entertain a motion for recess.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The council is recessed at 8:49.
Mark, for how long?
Okay, we'll give everybody another minute or so to gather, and then we will get back. Okay. Jim, I'm going to call it back to order. We have a quorum of 6, which is what we need. Others can come back on when they're ready. I'd like to call the Municipal Council back to order at 8:51. Mr. Withers, would you kindly read the notice of the first public hearing, actually the first regular public hearing this evening?
Sure, it's a public hearing regarding the request to waive permitting and inspection fees associated with the Attleboro-Pawtucket Water Interconnection Project. In accordance with Section 3-8.3 of the revised ordinances, please waive the following: stormwater management permit fee, the minor plan review application fee, building permit fee, waive 100% of fees as required, electrical inspection fee, waive 35% of inspection fees as required. 65% of the electrical inspection fee cannot be waived, as that portion of the fee goes directly to the contracted inspector as payment for their services.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in favor? Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak neither for nor against? Seeing none, Councilor Conti, do you see any reason to keep this public hearing open?
Mr. President, please close it.
Thank you. I declare that public hearing closed. Does anybody have, any councilors have Paul Denacy's phone number?
I do.
Kate, you excuse yourself and call. He's still on?
Okay, I will right now.
Make sure everything's okay.
You got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Withers, would you kindly read the last public hearing for this evening?
Yes, it's a public hearing regarding the request to extend the no parking area on Scott Street, southerly side from Route 1 to pole number 2321, approximately 330 feet from Route 1.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor? Anyone here to speak in favor? Anyone here to speak in opposition? Anyone here to speak in opposition? Anyone here to speak neither for nor against? Seeing none, Councilor DeSimone, do you see any reason to keep this public hearing open?
No, President Cooper.
Great, that public hearing is also closed. We will move right on to the mayor's communication.
December 15th, 2020. Dear municipal councilors, as you know, illegal dumping in the city has been a problem for many years. The health department has identified several hotspots that frequently need to be cleaned. These are regular hotspots that have been problems for years. After discussing the issue with the health department and the police department, we believe that we'll be able to catch and fine offenders with the installation of cameras. Therefore, I am requesting funds to install a camera at one location. After the camera is installed, this location will be monitored by the police department. Once fines are issued, we will recoup our investment on this camera. People will dump less, and if needed, we can relocate the camera to another illegal dumping hotspot. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body transfer $8,920.56 from account Citywide Reserve Fund for transfer to account Citywide Professional Services. On approval, the available balance in reserve fund for transfer to include any pending requests will be $237,360.30.
Thank Public Works Committee, please. You're muted, Steve. Oh, I can't hear you. Can everybody hear me?
Can you hear me now, Mark?
I can, yes.
What's that?
I can. Can everybody
Okay.
else? Yep.
All right.
I'm seeing heads nod, Steve, so I think we're good.
The city of Attleboro has been awarded $151,500 grant through the Community Compact Cabinets Information Technology Grant Program. This grant is for the implementation of a disaster discovery infrastructure, including off-site backup and storage for city and public safety. The grant funds must be spent by January 1st, 2022. Attleboro is chosen because we meet we met the overachieving goal of driving innovation and transformation at the local level via investments in technology. In accordance with Chapter 1, Section 12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to approve expending such funds in any future grant amendments.
Capital Improvements and City Development Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Director of Veteran Services, Ben Quell, regarding the donation of $755 in gift cards from Alpha Delta Kappa Epsilon Chapter. In accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to accept these generous donations to the City of Attleboro.
Personnel, Veterans, and Human Services Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Legal Secretary Allison Wood regarding copiers that the Attleboro Public Schools would like to declare as surplus. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to declare the following as surplus and available for disposition. There are 3 linear copiers.
You can waive the reading of those, Steve.
I'm sorry, there's a whole bunch of them.
We can waive the reading and do those in committee.
Yep.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
Thank you. I respectfully submit a communication from Legal Secretary Allison Wood regarding a vehicle that the police department would like to declare as surplus. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to declare the following as surplus and available for disposition. It's a 2011 Ford CV with 91,000 miles and it's in poor condition.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Superintendent of Schools David Sawyer regarding the donation of a Logitech C922X webcam with an estimated value of $120 to the district from an anonymous donor to support the remote learning environment. In accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to accept this generous donation to the City of Attleboro.
City Property and Claims Committee, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Attleboro Public Schools Director of Finance, Mark Furtado, regarding the following fiscal year 2020 fiscal obligations that were not received in time to be processed in the normal fiscal year 2020 business cycle. GovConnect Inc., $167.55. Massachusetts School Administrators Association, $195. And Brittany Kissamore, $370. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to authorize the school department to pay the previous year's school bills totaling $732.55 as identified in Mr. Furtado's communication.
Budget and Appropriations Committee, please.
For your information, I regret to inform your honorable body that we have received the resignation of Elena L. Clark from the Council on the Aging Board of Directors. Please join me in thanking Ms. Clark for her service to the city. I hereby request your honorable body to schedule a public hearing pursuant to Section 16-2.2 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro as amended to lay out a portion of Nicholas Drive, length of 773.11 feet from STA 0+00 to STA 7+73.11 as a public way and accept said way in any.
Oh, we lost you again, Steve. Steve, we lost you. All right, so I'm just going to assign by number. I'm not going to read these.
What's that?
We lost you, so you're coming in and out. So I'll just assign the remainder of these by number, unless anybody would like.
Okay, thank you.
If there's any you want read, if any counselors need anything read, for the record, let me know. But we'll just need to make sure we read them in committee. So item number 9 is zoning and land use. Council Cobus, would you like to have a public hearing on that matter on January 5th?
I'm muted. Yes, January 5th. Perfect.
Thank you. January. We need a roll call vote.
Yep.
Beginning with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waterman.
Yes.
Vice President Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Delisio.
Yes.
Mr. Cobus.
Yes.
Ms. Dolan.
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds. Ms. Reynolds. She's muted.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. Steve, just because you're going in and out, I'll just go right through them.
Okay, go ahead. That's fine.
Item number 10 is also a street layout. And that requires a zoning and land use committee and a public hearing on January 5th as well.
Sounds good.
Roll call vote will begin with Council Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delisio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 11 is Personnel, Veterans, and Human Services. Item number 12 is Budget and Appropriations. Item number 13 is Ordinances, Elections, and Legislative Matters. Item number 14 is Public Safety. And item number 15 is Public Safety and Emergency Management. And moving on to the clerk's communications.
All right. We received a certificate of vote from the planning board dated December 9th, 2020, approving the petition to discontinue a portion of Crown Street.
Zoning and Land Use Committee, please.
We got an application for a Class 2 license for South Attleboro Auto Sales with 10 customer parking spaces and 30 display spaces.
Licenses Committee, please.
An application from Seekonk Gas
We lost you. An application from Seekonk Gas Repair Inc. doing business as 123 Mobile with 4 customer parking spaces and 9 storage spaces. We'll go to the Licenses Committee. Correspondence from Paul Jakes of the Attleboro Firefighters Local 848 with documents regarding a hostile work environment complaint. Copies were provided to all counselors. A petition to request the postponement of a joint public hearing with regard to the rezoning request of 754 Newport Avenue. The request from neighbors of the address feel the meeting should be postponed until people can attend a meeting in person. Zoning and Land Use Committee. An email from Alejandra Morel, a neighbor of the site of the requested meeting on 754 Newport Avenue, stating he is against the proposal. Zoning and Land Use Committee. And lastly, a letter from Constant Paholic Jr. withdrawing his appeal Form F to study traffic review fees for Green River Cannabis Company, 1815 County Street. Zoning and Land Use Committee. And that concludes the communications for tonight. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to go into Committee of the Whole.
Second.
Roll call vote will be required and begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delisio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Is there anybody here that would like to address the council on any matter of city business? Now would be the time.
Please do so by raising your hand.
Point of order.
Yes.
Is this where new business that I would be presenting?
No.
comes in
No.
At the end. Thank you.
Mhm. Any, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to arise.
Second.
Thank you. A motion is in order. A roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Holmes. Council Holmes, I think.
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delisio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. We will move right along to committee reports, beginning first with Councilor Blair.
Public Safety Emergency Management have no business to bring forward this evening, but would request a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Great, thank you.
President Cooper, Transportation and Traffic has no business to report this evening. We too would like to request a meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Great, thank you. Council Waterman.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot Council Conti. No. Rick, did you have anything tonight?
I have two motions, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
So Council Waterman and then Conti.
Okay. So from the docket of December 15th, 2020, I would move to transfer $9,227.39 from account 1124100-578300 Citywide Reserve Fund for transfer to account 1420100-51100 Public Works Salary and Wages for an unexpected time earned request at Public Works.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments or questions from the council? Thank you. A roll call vote is required and we'll begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
And that concludes the business of the Personnel, Veterans, and Human Services Committee. We'll call the next meeting at the next appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Conti.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reporting for Capital Improvements and City Development Committee, I have two motions to bring before the full council this evening, both from the docket of December 1st, 2020. And since I read them in committee, Mr. President, I request permission to abbreviate the information for the council.
Thank you.
Thank you. From the docket of December 1st, 2020, I move to approve the following loan order with amendments. Ordered that the loan order the municipal council passed February 18th, 2020, relating to the remodeling of the roofs in the interior of the Brennan Middle School and the Warm Sutherland Middle School be amended to add the additional purpose of removal and replacement of gymnasium floors and the environmental hygienist monitored in Hyman Fine and Hill Roberts Elementary Schools, so that the loan order would be amended but remain at $3,900,000.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments, Councilor Conti?
No, Mr. President, I think we've fully discussed this. I'm happy to get it to this point. Very pleased with the creative financing from our chief budget officer, and thrilled to see this project being moved forward. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor
Blair. Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
From the docket of December 1st, 2020, I move to approve the following loan order with amendments. Ordered that the loan order for the municipal council passed February 18, 2020, relating to the renovations to the Attleboro Public Library be amended to include elevator improvements, so that the loan order, as amended, will provide as follows: $6,900,000.
Second.
Thank you. Motion in order. Any additional comments, Councilor Conti?
No, this was a thrill too, that we could get this elevator done, because it's an extensive rebuild, and Building Commission Chairman Jack Jacoby thoroughly explained this back 2 meetings ago, and I certainly hope that it'll get the council approval. That completes my comments.
Great. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will start with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
So, Mr. President, that concludes the business that the Happy Capital Improvements and City Development Committee has to bring before the council this evening. We look forward to a meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Moving right along. Maybe. Vice President Jackson.
Thank you very much, President Cooper. Report to the Public Works Committee from the docket of December 15th, 2020. I entertain a motion to approve the expenditure of a Massachusetts DEP grant of approximately $39,000 for the Health Department and approve any future grant amendments.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional comments?
Nope, I don't have any this evening.
Great. Thank you. Any additional questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delissio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of December 17th, 2019, I move to strike the following. Create special committee to address ordinances for the winter parking ban concern and snow removal.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments?
Nope, the rest of my business this evening has to do with the winter parking ban as we discussed last week. We'll wait till springtime and we'll come up with a new plan.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delissio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of October 1st, 2019, I move to strike the following. An email from Tiffany Street residents requesting assistance regarding the 30-mile-per-hour speed limit signs that were removed in March 2019.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments?
Nope, this was already taken up with the Traffic and Study Commission.
Any additional questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote, I believe, will begin with Councilor Blair.
Yes, Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delissio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
From the docket of February 20, 2018, I move to strike the following. Communication dated January 21st, 2018 from resident Kelly Marcel suggesting a change in the winter parking ban.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional comments?
I do not.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delissio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of February 20th, 2018, I move to strike the following. Communication dated January 15th, 2018 from resident Adam Straminsky related to changes in the winter parking ban.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional questions or comments?
No, sir.
Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delissio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes.
Can I just ask a second on that one?
DeSimone.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And President Cooper, for the next motion that I have, I'm just going to read the two sections. Leave the rest of the reading. Thank you. From the docket of February 6, 2018, I move to strike the following. To investigate the following amendments to the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro. 1, Section 11-10 sidewalk snow and ice removal. 1, Section 11-10 sidewalk snow removal in commercial or industrial zones.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional comments?
No, sir.
Thank you. Roll call, any questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Council Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus, Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delissio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, President Cooper. I wish you all a safe day on Thursday, and let's hope all of our drivers out there who are plowing for us also have a safe afternoon and evening if we do get that big snowstorm they're planning for. With that, I'd like to call adjournment for the Public Works Committee.
Second.
Thank you. And call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate
time. Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Delissio.
Thank you, President Cooper. Reporting for budget and appropriations. From the docket of December 15th, 2020, I move to authorize the Attleboro School Department to pay this previous school bill totaling $338.99.
Second.
Thank
you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments?
Briefly, we discussed this last week. It's a bill for which services were rendered last fiscal year. And due to COVID, as we've seen this fiscal year, the bill was received after June 30th. It was actually received middle of October. So there isn't a transfer or an appropriation, but anything received in the next fiscal year for a prior bill needs council approval in order to authorize the payment.
Great. Thank you. Any additional questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delissio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, President Cooper. Just as I wrap up, I do just want to thank everyone who came out and donated for the Home for the Holidays drive-through food drive this past weekend. As we know, food insecurity is a true concern in the throes of this pandemic. The turnout was absolutely amazing, and the generosity of this community never ceases to amaze. So quick thank you to all of our volunteers, State Senator Paul Feeney, State Rep Jim Hawkins, former Council Vice President Heather Preca, Councilor Kovitz, for your efforts to organize this great event. And thank you to Councilor Blair for your support and your help with this Saturday in the rain. So that concludes the business for budget appropriations, and I would like to request a meeting at the next appropriate time.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment, President Cooper? Could I make a comment at this time?
No.
Thank you.
You can.
Okay. I'm just going to tell him thank you.
Oh, you. Okay. Councilor Cobus.
All right. Reporting for the Zoning and Land Use Committee. From the docket of November 17th, 2020, I move to accept Angeline Street as a public way, length of 750 feet, from station 200 to station 207 plus 50.20, and accept said way in any related drainage, water, or sewer facilities or easements, all as shown on a plan and profile entitled Street Acceptance Plan for Angeline Street, dated September 13th, 2019, prepared by Samuel A. White, Jr., RLS, which plan and profile have been deemed satisfactory to the Superintendent of Public Works.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments, Councilor Cobus?
So these next three street acceptances all came down at the same time from Gary Arasian. They all have his blessing. The due diligence has been done, and we discussed all three of them in the previous committee meeting. So no real comments unless anybody has questions.
Great. Any additional questions? Seeing none, roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
From the docket of November 17th, 2020, I move to accept a portion of Palm Street, length of 55 feet from station 0 to station 0 plus 55 as a public way and accept said way and any related drainage, water or sewer facilities or easements, all as shown on a plan and profile entitled Acceptance Plan, Palm Street, Attleboro, Mass, dated January 30th, 2012, by Joyce E. Hastings, PLS, and Daniel R. Campbell, RPE, which plan and profile have been deemed satisfactory to the Superintendent of Public Works.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional comments?
Nothing additional.
Any questions from the council? Roll call vote will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
From the docket of November 17th, 2020, I move to accept Raymond Drive as a public way, length of 700.25 feet from station 0 to station 7 plus 0.25, and accept said way and any related drainage, water, or sewer facilities or easements, all as shown on a plan and profile entitled Street Acceptance Plan of Land, dated February 10th, 2020, prepared by Richard W. Reed Jr., PLS, which plan and profile have been deemed satisfactory to the Superintendent of Public Works.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional questions or comments?
No further comments for me.
Thank you. A roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
From the docket of November 3rd, 2020, I move to approve the request per the revised ordinance of the City of Attleboro as amended to lay out Crown Street as a public way, length of approximately 160 feet, and accept said way in any related drainage, water, or sewer facilities or easements, all as shown on a plan and profile entitled Street Acceptance Plan for Crown Street, dated February 2020, prepared by Samuel Hemingway, PE, and Samuel A. White, Jr., PLS.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional questions or comments?
So this is the first part of the two-parter with Crown Street that I feel like we've been talking about forever. One of the things that we were waiting on, or last week when we voted this out of committee, we had mentioned that the planning board had met and approved this, but we were waiting to see the official minutes and memo from them. We have since received that, and I believe it was distributed to all counselors. So it has their blessing, and I encourage people to support it.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
From the docket of November 3rd, 2020, I move to approve the request per the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro as amended to discontinue Crown Street as a public way, length of approximately 160 feet, and approve said discontinuance as shown on the street discontinuance plan entitled Discontinuance Plan for Crown Street dated February 2020, prepared by Samuel A. White Jr., PLS.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional questions or comments?
And this is to discontinue the street we just accepted in order to build the water transfer station in on the Pawtucket water, or close to the Pawtucket water. That's all.
Thank you. I believe the roll call vote will begin with Councilor Blair.
Yes. Mr. Blair.
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waterman.
Yes.
Vice President Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. DeLisio.
Yes.
Mr. Cobus.
Yes.
Dolan.
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds.
Yes.
Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Just want to remind everybody that you'll need to sign the Mylars on all this, and Virginia will send you an email when they're ready to be signed. So there'll be a lot of signing to happen with these street acceptance.
Probably bring your own Sharpie too, right?
Yeah, it's got to be a special shot. It's got to be a special one, so we'll make sure the one is cleaned in between.
Super fine. It's going to be super fine.
Yeah, that's right. So, Council Cobus, back to you. I just wanted to throw in that reminder.
Perfect. That concludes the business for the Zoning and Land Use Committee. I call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Great, thank you. Councilor Dolan.
Reporting for the Licenses Committee from the docket of December 15th, 2020, I entertain a motion to approve the following 3 Class 2 license applications. Route 123 Village Auto, 1076 Pleasant Street with 15 customer parking spaces and 15 display spaces. Bristol County Auto Sales at 227 Pine Street with 10 customer parking spaces and 10 display spaces. Mike's Auto at 801 South Main Street with 10 customer parking spaces and 15 display spaces.
Second.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional questions or comments?
No, I visited everybody and everybody's good to go.
Great. Roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds.
Yes.
Ms. Dolan.
Yes.
Mr. Cobus.
Yes.
Mr. DeLisio.
Yes.
Vice President Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Waterman.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone.
Yes.
Mr. Blair.
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
From the docket of December 15th, 2020, I move to approve the application for an automatic amusement device license at 65 Prairie Avenue, the Portuguese American Club.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional questions or comments?
No comments.
Great, thank you. Roll call vote will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Waterman.
Yes.
Vice President Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. DeLisio.
Yes.
Mr. Cobus.
Yes.
Ms. Dolan.
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds.
Yes.
Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
That's all the business I have for the Licenses Committee, and I'd like to call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Council Reynolds.
Thank you. Reporting for the City Property and Claims Committee, I have 3 motions this evening. From the docket of December 15th, 2020, I move to accept the generous donation of a $50 gift card from Larry Qualia to the Veterans Services Office.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional questions or comments?
I have none.
I love that guy.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Mr. Withers, are we starting with Councilor Holmes?
I believe so.
Yeah, me too.
Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds.
Yes.
Ms. Dolan.
Yes.
Mr. Cobus.
Yes.
Mr. DeLisio.
Yes.
Vice President Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Waterman.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone.
Yes.
Mr. Blair.
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
From the docket of December 15th, 2020, I move to accept the generous donation of $230 of Stop and Shop gift cards from an anonymous donor to the Veterans Services Office.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments?
No, I have none.
Being none, we'll begin the roll call vote with Council Blair.
Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair.
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waterman.
Yes.
Vice President Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Delicio.
Yes.
Mr. Cobus.
Yes.
Ms. Dolan.
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds.
Yes.
Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
From the docket of November 3rd, 2020, I move to approve the request of the Water Department to declare the following equipment as surplus and available for disposition: 200 water meters, and they're in used condition.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments?
I have none.
Roll call vote will begin. Excuse me. We'll begin with Council Holmes.
Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds.
Yes.
Ms. Dolan.
Yes.
Mr. Cobus.
Yes.
Mr. Delicio.
Yes.
Vice President Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Waterman.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone.
Yes.
Mr. Blair.
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. That is all the business for City Property and Claims Committee this evening, but I would like to call a committee meeting at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Holmes.
Thank you. Reporting for Ordinance, Elections, and Legislative Matters Committee from the docket of September 22nd, 2020. I move to approve and insert the following as proposed changes to Chapter 7 Health Department of the revised ordinance of the City of Attleboro, Section 17-14, Mercury Waste Reduction.
Second.
Hold on. Sorry, I gotta flip the page here.
Go to page 12, I think, Mark.
Yep. Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional questions or comments? Council Holmes.
I do not have any. We spoke about it briefly. This has to do with light bulbs, like fluorescent light bulbs. This is part of the environmental ordinances that was brought down by the administration.
Great. Any additional questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with, wait a minute. Are we okay with January 1st, 2021 for this to start in 2 weeks?
So, so the effective date for this ordinance is September 1st, 2021.
And that was amended in committee?
That was not.
So how is it? How is it September 2021? Because I'm reading effective. Pages a mess.
On page 11, does everybody see that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So on and after September 1st, 2021. Okay.
Thank you for reminding me. This was something that we
The next one. It's the next one that's that needs to be amended. Or not. Okay, great. Thank you. Any additional questions? Councilor Blair.
That's not effective till after December 1st of next year. Am I
No.
correct?
September.
September, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waterman.
Yes.
Vice President Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Delicio.
Yes.
Mr. Cobus.
Yes.
Ms. Dolan.
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds.
Yes.
Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
From the docket of September 22nd, 2020, I entertain a motion to insert the following as proposed changes to Chapter 7 Health Department of the revised ordinance of the City of Attleboro, Section 17-14, neonicotinoid reduction.
Second.
Who was the second on that?
Kathleen.
Who?
It might have.
I think it was Kathleen.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Council Holmes, any additional comments?
Thank you. So we had discussed in committee about potentially starting this ordinance effective. I'd like to make an amendment or offer an amendment for June 1st, 2021.
Second.
Thank you. So we are with any questions or comments about the amendment to June 1, 2021?
Who was the second on it?
Council DeSimone.
Thank you.
Seeing none, a roll call vote on the amendment of an effective date to June 1st, 2021. The roll call vote will begin with Council Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
the Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. Amendment passes. Now we are to the motion as amended. Any additional questions or comments? Council Dolan and Council Conti.
I just wanted to say that I hope the rest of the council supports this. This is highly toxic, a highly toxic chemical, especially to bees, wildlife. It gets in the soil. It can stay in the soil for up to a year. It's a neurotoxin, and I really hope that you all will support the passing of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Conti.
You're on mute.
You're muted, Rick.
Rick.
Rick, you're muted.
Oh, you couldn't even hear what I was saying. Good, I made a mistake and no one heard it. Through the chair, Mr. President, to Councilor Holmes, were you able to conduct an investigation and see if we're actually able to enable this legislation?
Councilor Holmes.
So the city solicitor did review this, and this is all, she had stated that this was okay to do.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor DeSimone.
President Cooper, may I answer Councilor Conti's concern, I think, or at least try to address it?
Sure.
So if I understood, Councilor Conti was concerned that there was a state law that pertained to this particular issue. I did some research. The best I found is that there are bills pending, and they have not passed at this particular point in time, although several states have indeed passed bills to this effect and other states have bills pending. I am not aware and could not locate any standing law that addressed this particular issue that we would be in any way contravening or contradicting or what have you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Councilor
Mr.
Conti.
President, can I express my thanks to Council DeSimone for her effort?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Noted.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Councilor DeSimone.
Yes, thank you, President Cooper. I just want to echo Councilor Dolan's concerns. I too support this. If you eat fruits and vegetables, then you want to support our bees. And the Massachusetts Department of Agriculture actually just had a hearing a couple of days ago on the 10th about this very issue based upon some research that appears to indeed indicate overwhelming evidence that these neonics, as they're called, are in fact harming pollinators. So it's a significant issue going forward, and I hope that everybody can find it to support this, support our bees. Bee love. Thank you, President Cooper.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. Councilor Holmes.
Thank you. From the docket of September 22nd, 2020, I entertain a motion to insert the following as proposed changes to Chapter 7 Health Department of the revised ordinance of City of Attleboro, Section 7-19, plastic straw reduction.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional questions or comments? Council Holmes.
Thank you. I think that for this one, I would like to make an amendment to change the date to be effective January 1st, 2022. This will give restaurants a full year to, if they have stock or anything like that, to make this effective.
Second.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So the amendment is to move the date till January 1st, 2022. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, a roll call vote on the amendment will begin with Council Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
No? Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
We lost you, Steve. Steve,
Move Steve.
we lost him.
Yeah, I was lost. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
What was it, 10-1?
I don't know. You're gonna have to do that again because
Okay.
so on the
Ms.
motion.
Holmes.
So wait a minute. Stop for a minute, Steve. Just so everybody's clear. This is on the motion to amend the date to January 1st, 2022. You roll call vote is required, and I believe we'll begin with Councilor Blair.
Yes.
Steve, did we lose you again?
I'm back now. I hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
All right. So what are we doing? Roll call vote?
Roll call vote on the amendment.
Okay. Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Nope, the other way.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. So now to the motion as amended. Any questions or comments about the motion as amended? Seeing none, roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
No.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
No.
Mr. Delicio,
No.
Ms. Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
No.
President Cooper,
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Motion passes. Ms.
Thank you.
Holmes.
Thank you. From the docket of July 21st, 2020, I entertain a motion to approve the proposed amendments for ordinance changes by the Health Department for the following amendments to Section 7-7 collection of solid waste, Section 7-7 collection of solid waste, and Section 7-8 solid waste collection fees.
Second.
Hold on 1 second. Just Councilor Holmes, we should take them as 7-7 as 1, 7-8 as the second.
So this would be Section 7-7 collection of solid waste.
Second.
Hold on 1 second. Okay.
Mhm.
Questions or comments? This is on the Section 7-7 collection of domestic solid waste. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
No.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
No.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes,
9 yeas, 2 nays.
motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of July 21st, 2020, I entertain a motion to approve the proposed amendments for ordinance changes by the Health Department for the following amendments to Section 7-8 solid waste collection fees.
Second.
Thank you. Hold on one second.
We're going to page 18 now.
No, because the motion was 7-8.
Yeah.
Action fees. We also have 7-9, 7-10 to do as well. So this is on the this is on sections 7-8 solid waste collection fees. This is the fees associated with the program. Any additional questions or comments, Councilor Holmes?
This is where the contract was renegotiated, and it does include a bulk item that can that residents can engage in quarterly. It's been lingering for a while, so I think it would be good to have a vote and have an ordinance that's up to date.
Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, Council Reynolds.
This is with the new addition the mayor has brought down, correct?
This is the fees associated with the program. Yes.
With the whole program or with the picking up of other odds and ends?
Right. It's the entire. It's not the rate, right?
Yeah.
The fees associated with things like bulk item, mobile home parks, and the definition of what different bulk items might be.
Okay.
President Cooper.
Councilor DeSimone.
I'm sorry. In all due respect, I don't know if Council Reynolds is referring to the mayor's renegotiated contract with the bulk item pickup.
That is
the exhibit that was supposed to be attached that was discussed in committee. I don't know, Council Reynolds, forgive me if that's what you're.
No, that is what I was referring to. Is that the new, is this what we're voting on? Is that the new addition that the mayor brought down that he approved, or that he said was approved and he sent it to us via email?
He did say it was approved, but to my knowledge, unless someone wants to amend this, that the amnesty days would be done throughout the year. Those are negotiated in the contract. That was in the email. You can do that, but the attachment, the exhibit is here, and it does say bulk items. You know, it gives a general size description, and then it talks about items that are designated as small would be picked up quarterly under these Amnesty Day program.
Okay.
Councilor DeSimone.
I'm sorry, President Cooper, please forgive me. Is that list of items and those which are considered small and large or whatnot, do we think it's in the best interest to append it to 7-8? Or no, are they two separate things?
Well, I think we should at this point.
I would so move them. I thought that's where we were headed. To me, yeah, I think it's, thank you.
So the section 7-8 would be amended to include Exhibit A. That was, and tell me if I've gone off the rails because I'm
confused. I'm confused.
So Councilor DeSimone moved to include Exhibit A in section 7.8 Exhibit A defines directly from the contract that was sent in an email to us, the items that would be considered small items and items that would be considered large items that will be picked up on the amnesty days as negotiated in the contract and detailed in the email from the mayor.
Okay.
That exhibit is what Councilor Simone is proposing to add to section 7.8. Are we clear?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment to add Exhibit A to Section 7.8? Councilor Delizio.
I just want to augment what you were saying, President Cooper. When you look at the exhibit, there's about 50 items on there, and it makes it pretty clear and removes a lot of the ambiguity, which I think we all had concerns with when we were in a situation where we had to make the ordinance fit a contract that we weren't necessarily aware of what it was going to look like.
Thank you. Any additional comments on the amendment to add Exhibit A to Section 7.8? Councilor Kovas.
I would argue that this doesn't belong within our ordinance book. I think it's far too specific. It, can change from time to time, and I wouldn't want to update the ordinances or end up in this situation that we're in now, where the mayor's negotiated a contract and the ordinance still says that you can leave small bulk items out. And what are residents supposed to do? I know I've driven past a mattress on the side of the road that's been there in front of somebody's house for weeks now. So I don't think this belongs in the ordinance book. I appreciate with some pressure, the mayor's found some sort of a solution for the small bulk items. I think it could have gone a little bit further, but I do applaud him for getting us there. But my belief is that we don't need to amend it, the ordinance, to include this.
Great. Any additional questions or comments? Councilor Blair.
Well, I'm a little confused, but I think there should be something in writing in the ordinance that I think we all lobbied for. And if it's not in the ordinance, not written down, there's room for misthought or whatnot. At least we'd have something, or the homeowners would have something to go to.
Hold on one second. Any additional questions or comments on the Exhibit A amendment? Councilor Delizio.
Thank you. So, Councilor Copes, I understand what you're saying. I think, though, it's really 6 of one, half dozen of another, whether we amend the ordinance to include the definition of large versus small, which essentially here is basically any item under 50 pounds, or large if not cut down, things of the like. It just depends upon how it's formatted, whether it's the exhibit or whether it's an amendment which adds all this. I think the exhibit's there, it's easy to read, and it removes a lot of the ambiguity. Thank you, President Cooper.
Thank you. So, Councilor Jackson?
Yes.
Vice President Jackson, unless anybody disagrees, I think I have.
I'd like to move the question.
So, okay. So as on the amendment, on the motion as amended to add Exhibit A is what we're voting on right now. Does everybody understand? I'm just going to write down, sorry, hold on. So move the question by Jackson.
Point of clarification, where does this amendment get inserted? Like, is this
in section 7.8? In numerical order, it would be in numerical order following.
So this
7.8.7.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any additional questions? The question's been moved. We're moving to vote. And the vote will begin with, and this is on the motion as amended, will begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
No.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper.
No.
9 yeas, 2 nays.
Motion passes. So now we are to the motion as amended. And Ms. Jackson, will you take the seat? Because I'm going to make an amendment to the motion as amended.
I'll be right over.
Thank you.
Right,
So
I'm
I'd like
here.
to make an amendment because I agree with Council Cobus. I was trying to say this before we move the question. I think it is a bit specific and can change from time to time based on sort of what I'll call trash conditions with waste management, and they may come to us, or we may go to them with different options. So I'd like to make an amendment to section 7-8 1B number 2, which currently reads, bulk items may be disposed of by appointment through the city's approved waste hauler at $29 per bulk item, or on dates as offered by the city health department.
Second.
And before we second, I'd like to, as part of this amendment, strike the addition of the amendment of, let's flip my page, Exhibit A.
Second.
We have a second on the floor. Council President Cooper, did you want to mention anything else?
Yeah, no, I just think to Councilor Cobus's point, and given all the back and forth that happens with, that I'm well aware of, that happens with this contract, I do think it's a bit specific to include the details of the amnesty day. Yet I think it's through this amendment that I've offered, it gives the health department through the contract the ability to notify and let the citizens of the city know what days throughout the year are available as amnesty days to get rid of small bulk items as defined by the contract. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Oh, Councilor Dolan.
Thank you. I agree with that. And I'm wondering if we should put the words amnesty days in there, because I agree with, maybe it's not necessary to have this whole exhibit in there, but to clarify that they're, like you said, oh, now I lost which one you were, all right, number 2, through the waste hall at $29, except like on amnesty days, noted amnesty days, or arranged amnesty days, or something to that effect. Does anybody?
President Cooper?
So I don't want to limit it to the amnesty days from my perspective. I think giving the option to do things like what I've heard the mayor talk to me about is have a day where residents could potentially bring things to the compost facility that might be small item days, right? I don't want to limit it to say we're only going to do this on amnesty weeks, which is what the exhibit says. I would prefer to just leave it open to allow the health department to do it at a minimum on those amnesty weeks in the contract, but to offer them some flexibility in picking days that may be necessary due to life events and city events and things that happen.
Okay.
So that concludes my comments.
Councilor Cobus.
I agree with all that. I don't think we should include the word amnesty in there. I personally don't. I don't like that word as describing this anyway. I don't think this is, hey, you screwed up and these are the days where you can get forgiveness or whatever. That doesn't make sense in my opinion, and I think we need to keep it a little more open-ended to allow days to drop off small bulk items.
Thank you, Councilor Cobus. Councilor Delicio.
Thank you, Vice President Jackson. President Cooper, thank you for the way you packaged that. I think it makes sense. I agree, and I'm actually changing where I was previous on this, because I believe the way it's packaged, it adds flexibility and it gives us the ability to be nimble. So thank you for that.
Welcome.
Counselor Cooper, would you just read that to me again, please, that amendment?
I certainly will. So it
Thank
would be 7-8-1B,
Yeah.
number 2. Bulk items may be disposed of by appointment through the city's approved waste hauler, $29 per bulk item, or on dates offered by the city health department.
Thank you.
And that includes striking the First Amendment to add Appendix A.
Okay. Now, does everybody understand what we're voting on? Mr. Withers, we'll take a roll call vote on the amendment.
All right. Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Motion
Now
passes.
we are to the motion as amended. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Counselor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
We
Yes.
lost you, Steve.
Yes.
We lost you, Steve.
Dolan,
No.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
sorry, Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
He's gone. Again.
So we left off on Waterman, is that right?
Yes, I already voted.
Steve, are you back?
I am now. Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays. I'm sorry. I just keep going out. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
So
Thank you. Motion passes as amended.
From the
Counselor
docket,
Holmes.
thank you. From the docket of July 21st, 2020, I entertain a motion to approve the proposed amendments for ordinance changes by the Health Department following amendments. Section 7-9 unauthorized dumping.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional questions or comments, Counselor Holmes?
Thank you. Well, there was just some, the administration is now asking for money for cameras for people illegally dumping. And I do think that this is a direct link of a contract that just, to me, this contract could have been negotiated in a better manner. And there was a lot of frustration around the bulk item. And so I just think in the future, I'm just hoping for a better outcome. That concludes my comments.
Great, thank you. Any additional, Counselor Reynolds?
So I'm just asking, is this particular thing that we're voting on, this motion here, does that have to do with the money that we just asked for in order for this site to be watched over, or other similar sites in the city? Are they interconnected?
I would say I'll answer, Counselor Holmes. I would say that they are connected because these are the fines that would be associated with anyone caught with the camera illegally dumping.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments or questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote will begin with Counselor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
No.
what'd you say? No?
No. Yes. No.
Okay, sorry. Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
No.
no. Ms. Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delicio,
No.
Mr. Cobus,
No.
Ms. Dolan,
No.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
No.
President Cooper.
Yes.
5 yeas, 6 nays.
Motion failed.
Thank you. From the docket of July 21st, July 21st, 2020, I entertain a motion to approve the proposed amendments, the ordinance changes by the Health Department for the following amendments to Section 7-10 Compost Center.
Second.
Who was the second on that?
Kate,
Counselor Jackson.
Okay, motion is in order. Any additional comments, Counselor Holmes?
I do not have any.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote is required, and we'll begin with Counselor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry. Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delistio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you.
Counselor Holmes.
Thank you. From the docket of April 7th, 2020, I entertain a motion to approve the changes to the ordinance 16-15 building sewer connections, delete section 16-15.6 building sewer and connections in its entirety and replace with the following. Delete section 16-16.2 in its entirety and replace with the following. Delete section 16-18.9 in its entirety and replace with the following, and delete section 16-19.7 in its entirety and replace with the following.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor DeSimone. Okay. Motion is in order. Counselor Holmes.
We discussed this in committee briefly, and basically it came out in around the springtime. We had the public hearing, and it was when we were getting kind of more set up with Zoom, but it's been lingering for a while now. Tom Hayes did reach out to us and give us the information we were looking for, and so I do think it's time for the council to vote on it. That concludes my comments.
Counselor Conti, then Blaze, then Cobus.
Mr. President, I will be, the motion is to approve the changes in the ordinance, and I will be supporting that motion to make the changes for 4 reasons. Number 1, I do not approve of the residential sector subsidizing the business sector for the fees and the cost that it takes our departments to create these inspections. I think that the cost of the inspections should be fully borne by the businesses involved. Now, when I first heard of this ordinance, I was not in favor of it because the increases were so high, which leads me to the second reason why I am supporting this motion, is that the fees in the local communities are surrounding us, like Brockton, Taunton, and Fall River, New Bedford, are higher than the city of Attleboro. Attleboro is a bargain on these fees for the inspections on the water and sewer departments. So I think we should be in line and face the fact that our labor costs are going up, and our cost to perform these services is going up. And my point number 3 is, if we don't pass this now, the costs are only going to continue to go up in future years. And so we're going to be even further behind anytime this should ever come up again. And finally, the last reason why I am in full support of this is because, as capital improvements and city development chairman, I have met with both the water and wastewater department heads and reviewed their capital improvement needs and updating needs, and have seen the constraints that they have financially. This will resolve some of those issues, because at least they'll be able to recover their costs and have funds that they're currently depleting available for capital improvements inside the water and the wastewater system. So for those 4 reasons, I will be in full support of voting in favor of this motion, and that completes my comments.
Thank you, Councilor Blair.
I won't be supporting it. I think we raised the fees already, not the fees, but the rate. And how much can you tax these people? And it is a tax, no matter how you look at it. I can't support it. Secondly, we haven't had a decent public hearing. You know, when you start adding fees, and some of them are quite high compared to the fees they have now, it adversely affects some of our homeowners. And I can't support it in these times.
Thank you, Council Cobus, then DeSimone, and then Dolan.
Thank you. So I'll be super brief. I very much, my comment was exactly what Councilor Conti said. I do not believe that residents should be subsidizing these commercial inspections as part of their water bill or wastewater fees. And it especially with an enterprise account, I don't think that's fair or makes sense. The other thing I wanted to mention in the memo from Tom Hayes, he mentioned the dental portion of that, the dental program needed to be in effect by October of this year.
It's already done, Council Cobus.
Oh, it's already done? Okay.
Already done.
August. Amalgam.
Perfect.
Yep.
But still, we shouldn't be subsidizing the residents shouldn't be subsidizing the commercial inspections.
I think Councilor DeSimone.
Yes, I'll be brief as well. I'm going to echo Councilor Conti's and Councilor Cobus's comments that absolutely the ratepayer should no longer be carrying the developers and the commercial businesses with these fees. I rewatched the council hearing from May with Tom, and I think no less than 3 times did he say the ratepayer's bearing the cost. The ratepayer's bearing the cost. Someone's got to pay. It's appalling to me. Absolutely appalling that there hasn't been a rate increase in such a significant amount of time, and that these prices have remained absurdly low. And lastly, we need to boost retained earnings. In the mayor's budget statement, he addresses 6 significant projects that will be coming up the pipeline for the wastewater department that we are going to need those funds for. So I am absolutely 100% in support of this motion. It's not fair to the ratepayers. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Councilor Dolan.
I'll try to be brief as well. I echo Councilor DeSimone, Cobus, Conti. You know, as far as their retained earnings, they need to use those retained earnings for. I had a super long conversation with Tom Hayes, and you know, we got into everything. Those retained earnings, although it sounds like a lot, they everything that happens with wastewater and water is extremely expensive. They need that money for emergencies. Never mind the capital improvements. That's why they have to bond for a lot of their capital improvements, because they don't have enough money in retained earnings to fund it. When we had that sewer main go out on South Main Street, that was over $300,000. The IPP program, the industrial pretreatment program, is supposed to be self-funded. It's not. Our ratepayers, our residents are paying to make up for what is supposed to be self-funded. So I absolutely, completely support this. I am completely against our residents making up for other fees that, you know, a developer or commercial or whatever. If you think about it, just to give you an example, if they have a development that's one long road, whether it's 10 feet of pipe where they have to do the sewer connections, they have to oversee all of that. They have to oversee all the pressure tests, which are 2 hours a piece. Sometimes they have to order the police to do a detail, which is a 4-hour minimum. That's $220. If this permit fee is $495 for this sewer extension, by the time you have the guys or women that are on site with the cameras doing all the work, you're basically barely breaking even. So again, when you talk about, and by the way, I rewatched the public hearing too, and Tom Hayes, I believe, said ratepayer picking it up. The residents picking it up, I believe he said it 6 times. you know, the Dodgeville emergency, that was, excuse me, the South Main emergency was $500,000. The Dodgeville emergency was $300,000. And let me see, I'm sorry, I know everybody's tired, I understand. And then let's talk, and then abatements. When Tom said that he handed out more abatements this year than ever. So pool abatements, irrigation abatements, and if we're not selling water, then we're not, because the sewer is 90% of the water fee. So if we're not selling water, we're making less money. He handed out pool abatements and irrigation abatements more than he ever has in any previous years. And if they don't have the funds to fix something, they have nowhere to go. It's not like police or fire. If they need a truck, they come to the mayor and the council and ask for this. They don't have anywhere to go. They're an enterprise fund. So they have to,
So I just have to stop you for a minute. They can bond for that.
Oh yeah, I know they can bond. Absolutely.
But so I just want to make sure I put careful with that third choice.
And when I did mention about bonding, if they had more money in retained earnings, they might be able to afford to do other projects that are in capital improvements. So yes, I wasn't implying that they could not do it. So anyway, for all those reasons, I absolutely, completely support this measure.
Councilor Delicio and then DeSimone.
Thank you, President Cooper. So when I'm looking at this, and I went back and forth a couple different times, I did similar research to everyone else here, and you know, I'm looking at this as more of a market correction. But I want to be real careful that while we're doing this, we're not villainizing the developers, because the developers still play a very important role in the growth to the city. So I think that, you know, I think this is almost, it's pretty close to an overcorrection, but I'm going to support it because I think it is a market correction. And I agree with Todd and Rick. I have the same thoughts about the ratepayers picking up more than they need to. It's a fine line, but begrudgingly, I'm going to support this because I'm viewing it as a market correction.
Thank you, Councilor DeSimone.
Yes, President Cooper, I'm sorry, very briefly, I forgot to mention that in the hearing from the spring, Mr. Hayes mentioned several times as well that the fees that they came up with, he and his staff, were solely based on labor. These are modest increases. These are solely to become reasonable, to pay his people to do the work. He's not even trying to be competitive, if you will, with other cities and towns. So I think he could have charged more based upon what I understood. But he said several times, this is just to pay the people for what they do. And I thought that was modest. I was impressed by his presentation, and I think he was fairly humble in this request. So that's yet another reason that I am absolutely full support of this. Thank you, President Cooper.
Thank you, Councilor Reynolds.
I'm just going to say that the enterprise funds make plenty of money. They make plenty of money, and they give the city from those enterprise funds over $1 million a year. Maybe that's what we should be looking at, why so much money goes from the enterprise fund into the city fund. So I'm just suggesting that we shouldn't be attacking the builders any more than the residents. I think everybody feels the same way, that we want to make it fair and simple. I don't think this is the year to go this route. So I won't be voting for it.
Councilor Dolan.
Okay, so I'm not attacking any builders. I just feel that the wastewater should be paid for all the work that they perform. And it's not just developers, it's anybody that uses wastewater. So it's certainly not an attack on them, and they pay what they're charged. So, you know, I don't expect them to pay more than what we're charged. And I just don't understand, what's the clarification of how wastewater money comes to the city? I don't understand that. If they're an enterprise fund, like, besides indirect costs that they pay, how does the money go from wastewater to the city? Because I'm not familiar with that.
I'm suggesting, in answer to you, the indirect fees are high. There's plenty of money that goes into the enterprise fees, and they should have the money to do this, or reasonably use their own dollars, or bond, as Mark said. So I just disagree with it.
Council Jackson, I'm going to pass the seat again to you, and I'm going to make just a couple of quick comments.
Ready to go.
Thank you. So I also will not support this at this time. I think that I'm in 100% agreement with Councilor Conti and Councilor DeSimone. The reason I will not support it is twofold. One is I don't think it's the right time. I think that this came before the council and on April 7th was presented 2 weeks after we were in a declared public health emergency. The Zoom technology, we all live with it now. We've all lived with it since that time. This has been 8 months in committee, and it's just not. It's not something that I think that the affected community had the opportunity to present publicly, and whether that would change my mind or not, I don't know. But I just feel like I cannot support it, having been in committee for the period of time that it was, and not having any updated information. I also went back and watched snippets. I didn't count the number of times he said to the ratepayer, but I believe you, Laura. He did, and Kathleen, he did say it quite a few times in May, and he did give us some detailed information. And I do know in my discussions with talking with the mayor that he intends to bring the water rate, the water fees that the council recently turned down back to the council for review again for its consideration with some additional information that he has. So I also won't support it just because I think that the flip in technology to what we have come to live with every day wasn't there back then. And if we did it now, I would feel much better that the individuals most affected by these changes would have been given the opportunity to present their information to the council. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, President Cooper. Any questions, comments? Councilor Dolan?
So I understand your point, President Cooper, absolutely. But I'm not, I respect your decision, and because this was in committee so long, I don't want to starve one of our city departments or take anything away from them through no fault of their own. Had we addressed this back in May, June, July, the people that are on the IPP program, had it passed, they would have had $170,000 more in their retained earnings. But now the bills have already gone out. So the bills for January for $2,200 for the 22 people, businesses that we have in the IPP program, it's too late to recover that money. And since those fees are every 5 years, we will now have to wait another 5 years to implement that. So I understand your point, and adjustments can always be made, but I really like to see this pass tonight. I'd really like to see them get some assistance. Thank you.
Leah?
I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Cooper. I think when they send the water fees back down and have another public hearing and go through the process again, I think the sewer fees should make that same route, and it will give us time. And hopefully, I know I'm not completely up to speed on this, and we have some bad communication. Even tonight, I couldn't understand some of the council, a couple of the councilors when they were speaking. So I won't be supporting it, and I don't think it needs to be done at this time. In the spring, things get a little better. Have a public hearing, even if it has to be on Zoom. I think some of your contractors, some of your people are going to be have much more ability to participate in that public hearing. I just can't see feeding them to death without having a legitimate public hearing. Thank you.
President Cooper and Councilor Holmes, how soon could the mayor send this back down if it were to fail this evening?
December, no, January 5th.
Thank you. Councilor DeSimone?
Thank you, Vice President Jackson. President Cooper, I appreciate your concerns, particularly about, the meeting issue. But on the other hand, we are punishing, if you will, or penalizing the residential rate payers because of our inability to move this forward in a timely manner. I don't think that's at all warranted. And I think you're underestimating the sophistication of the developers and the commercial interests in this issue. And I would note also that real estate has been one of the businesses that has been going gangbusters in this particular situation. So I don't think we have to particularly worry about them at this time. That's my comments.
Thank you. Anybody else have their hand up?
I thought I saw Council Conti, but I
Councilor DeSimone said exactly what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I thought that there was
Councilor Dolan. Oops, I'm sorry, Council President, Mr. President Cooper.
Thank you. I thought that there was in fact, a communication from yep, there was. Okay, thank you. I'm just making, there was a request from that was sent to the council to wait till we could get to a normal public hearing, which I don't foresee in any time soon. But I do think that one that individuals, especially in the community, are more apt to being able to figure out how to get into these remote meetings for sure. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Councilor Dolan.
We've been doing this since March, and I understand technology because I'm not a whiz at technology myself, but we can't pick and choose what public hearings count and what don't, and what because of Zoom, like, I'm not saying, I don't mean to say the words count. I didn't mean to say the word count. Like, to get, I mean, we don't know when we're going to get back to normal. Like, we don't know when we're all going to be in the same room together again. Like, who knows when that will be. So that could be quite some time. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. President Cooper.
If I may, to Councilor Dolan, this is the new normal, right? This is the new normal. And I think that most of us would agree that on April 7th, when this was brought down, and in May, when this was brought down, we were very selective. In fact, I was going to City Hall in the public health emergency to ensure that anybody that showed up at that building could have an opportunity to address this council. And it wasn't until these numbers became red week over week over week that I decided I better not go there myself. So I think that while we had bits and pieces of time, people were uncomfortable coming out. Yes, it was open to them to have the ability to come to City Hall. We didn't lock anybody out of those meetings, but I do think that we all, perhaps not Councilor Kobus, but we all have gotten much better as a society in using remote meeting technology. Fact. And I think that if we were to have the ability to quickly turn this around and go through the process again to ensure that everyone that had input was heard, I don't have that concern about the public hearing that we just had, right? We had, I don't know how many people come, at least 10, yep. Right? And we did have some that sent us letters that said, I'm in opposition and I don't know how to get in. But they now know because they called Virginia and they learned how to communicate with the council in the absence of City Hall being open. That didn't happen in April and May, in my opinion. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Oh, boy. Want to switch seats so I can move the question?
I do want to move, I do want to switch seats unless Rick, Jay, or Ty had questions directly to me. I can take this.
Conti, is your question directed to Mr. President?
My question is directed, I'll direct it to you because you're the acting president at the moment, right? At least.
Okay, Mr. Conti.
Okay. I would like to make an amendment. The amendment.
Point of order.
Yes.
The chair recognized Mr. Conti, not Mr. Waterman.
Thank you. Yes.
So thank you, Mr. Cooper. If through the chair to Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper, would you agree that this new normal affects everybody universally?
Move the question. Move the question.
So would I agree that this new normal affects everyone universally, or can I just add to that and say in the same way?
No.
Is that what you're asking?
No.
Excuse me, Councilor Reynolds, are you moving the question?
I did move the question. I said, yeah, let's move the question.
How did Councilor Reynolds get the floor when I had the floor with Councilor Cooper?
That's right.
Yeah. You're right. I apologize.
Thank you.
Continue. Councilor Conti.
So I am through the chair to Councilor Cooper, and we're discussing a question I asked him about whether or not he thought, because the point that he was making on this measure was that this pandemic, this new normal, was affecting his decision. So my question was whether or not he thought that this pandemic had a universal effect, affecting taxpayers and businesses together.
Yes. So how I would answer that, Rick, is it is affecting my decision because of the timing of the ask of the council and of the public to provide input. If this were to come
that's
out,
clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Acting President. I succeed the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Conti. Now, Councilor Waterman, I'm calling on you.
Thank you. I would like to make an amendment that we hold a second public hearing. I will throw out, let's say in the month of February.
Point of order.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been lingering for a while. I don't think that this is an appropriate amendment.
Councilor Waterman,
Want
to withdraw that?
No, I'm not going to withdraw it. I don't have a second, however.
Second.
Okay, so the motion is in order to ask for a second public hearing with regards to the changes of the wastewater ordinance. Mr. Withers?
So point of order.
Can we actually have a second? Or we have to go and then we have a new public hearing because it's closed. If it's closed, you can't have a second one, correct, President Cooper?
Right. So if I may, just point of order. So the public hearing that was advertised that we had in May that was closed is in fact closed. So in order to have any matter presented to the council, any councilor can request and vote of this council to have a public hearing, but this matter has already gone through that process. You could make an amendment. Someone could make an amendment to refer the matter back to committee, but I don't necessarily agree with that amendment. But I think that this amendment made by Councilor Waterman is out of order because the public hearing on this matter is closed, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you, President Cooper, for the clarification. Councilor Waterman, did you get all that?
I did. I'll withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. And Ms. Councilor Blair, will you withdraw the second, please?
I'll withdraw the second.
Thank you, Councilor Blair. Councilor Delicio, did you also have another comment to make this evening? I thought
I'm good.
Okay, great.
Okay, so I'll take back the seat, Kate, because
Thank you, President Cooper.
Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote is required. And we'll begin with, I believe, Councilor Blair, Mr. Withers?
Okay, believe so, yes. Mr. Blair,
No.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
No.
Mr. Delissio,
Yes.
Mr. Kobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
No.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper,
No.
Charter
7
object.
yeas, 4 nays.
Charter object.
So discussion on this matter is closed. Councilor Blaze has charter objected, and we will move on to new business.
Oh, so I will call for committee meeting next week. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you. Close your committee and call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Hold on just one second. There is no old business. There are 2 items of new business this evening. And for one of those, I will recognize Councilor Waterman.
Thank you. I would move the following item be referred to the appropriate committee for study and recommendation, so that I can read it easier. That the Attleboro City Council supports our Attleboro state legislators, Representative Jim Hawkins, Representative Betty Poirier, Senator Paul Feeney, and Senator Becca Rausch, in asking Governor Charles Baker to approve and implement a Stop the Spread COVID-19 free testing site in the city of Attleboro, Massachusetts, as soon as possible. Attleboro has consistently been in the COVID-19 red or yellow zone since September of 2020, and Greater Attleboro residents need access to free testing to help curb the rampant spread of the virus.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Councilor Waterman.
Well, a letter was written by our 4 legislators to the governor and to, I believe it's Mary Lou Scudders. And there's a third person, I can't remember her name, the health department. And there was no answer given. And it's been about 2 weeks. And in that ensuing time, 5 new Stop the Spread COVID-19 testing sites were endorsed and supported through the governor's office. They're all in Western Mass, Amherst and West. And we are, the closest one for us in the Attleboro area is Fall River or Brockton. There is no public transportation. And we're kind of in a little bit of a desert here. And the need is there. Today I talked to our new health department director, and she strongly supports this idea. And we are in deep need. So that is all I have to say.
Thank you. I think from the council's perspective, I think we're all in support of this this moving forward. I know Councilor Waterman, I believe you spoke with Councilor Jackson and with Virginia today with regard to the cadence of how this should move forward. Once I assign it to committee, it would be before a committee on December 22nd for a vote of that committee, and before the council on the full council on January 5th. And so with that, I will, any additional questions from the council? Councilor Kobus and Councilor Conti.
Is there a way to get a letter move forward in a more expedient manner from the council to encourage support of this?
I can't understand why we couldn't have done a resolution and passed it.
Exactly.
But I'm only seeing what I'm seeing here. So if I could, through Virginia, put a resolution together and have all of you sign it or send an email in support, that shows your support for this, while at the same time moving this business through the committee so that they not only get one, they get two.
I would appreciate that, and if you want, I can help draft up a resolution or work with Councilor Waterman.
Yeah.
And I would be fine with that approach too.
I wanted to take both. I wanted to take both channel. I wanted to take both routes, though. I wanted to go through a full because I think it's appropriate that the press get this out, so people in the public as well as the state delegation can continue to put the pressure on the governor. But I also think that constituents can do the same thing by calling the governor's office requesting it. So, George, when you go back and listen to this, that's what I want you to do. Get it out there that we need a free COVID testing center in the city of Attleboro, and we will we can get that resolution worked on, and then this business through the council ASAP. Any additional questions or comments? See none. Roll call vote.
President Cooper. Never mind. I'm being waved off.
Oh, seeing none, a roll call vote is required, and I believe begins with Council Holmes.
I believe Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Mr. Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delisio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
President Cooper, I'm sorry, Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. I'm going to refer that matter to the Personnel, Veterans, and Human Services Committee. I'll be in touch, Virginia, tomorrow. The usual Wednesday morning meeting. Next, second item of new business this evening, I'll recognize Councilor Delisio.
Thank you, President Cooper. I move that the following item be referred to the appropriate committee for study and recommendation, that a review take place of the revised ordinances of the city of Attleboro.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional questions or comments for Councilor Delisio?
Thank you, President Cooper. Thank you for the second, Vice President Jackson. So as we all know, we talked about quite a few times over the last several years, we have several ordinances on the books that are either vague, obsolete, or unenforceable. I know it's going to be a process, but we need to ensure we have the right ordinances on the books. We also want to make sure that our ordinances are not constitutionally vague. And when I speak of our ordinances being constitutionally vague, I reference the Supreme Court ruling of Papa Christou versus the city of Jacksonville from 1971. There'll be time to really go into that case more and some others that are very similar. But for tonight, I'd like to see this assigned either to the administration or the appropriate committee. Thank you. You're muted, President Cooper.
Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, a roll call vote is required, and we'll begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Delisio,
Yes.
Cobus,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
President Cooper. President Cooper. You're muted, Mark.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. I'm going to refer that to the Ordinances, Elections, and Legislative Matters Committee and also to the administration. And that concludes the new business for this evening. And would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Roll call vote will begin with Councilor Holmes.
Ms. Holmes,
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds,
Yes.
Ms. Dolan,
Yes.
Cobus,
Yes.
Mr. Delissio,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
President Cooper,
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. We are adjourned at 10:46.
Good nighty, night, night.
Night.
Everybody.
Be safe Thursday, everyone.
God, fucking ridiculous.